Plastics Pact, which is an initiative run by Sustainable Inclusive Business, which is an initiative under the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA. It's my honor to welcome you all to this workshop. Among us are the different players in the plastics packaging value chain, from brands to manufacturers to retailers, waste management actors, private sector, the public sector, and civil society. So we are all, and we just want to look at some of the ways that we can increase circularity in the plastic packaging value chain. And this is a conversation that is ongoing in the different areas, and especially nationally, but also globally. And so we cannot afford to not talk about it, and we also cannot afford not to take the relevant action. And so thank you very much for availing yourselves, all of us. I think we can give ourselves a clap, no? Good, so I don't want to take much of your time because we have a packed schedule, but I'm sure at the end of it, we are all going to come out of it with some insights. Today, we are talking about the Kenya Plastics Pact, or what we call the KPP design guidelines for a recycling economy in Kenya, with a focus on PET bottles and HDP bottles and jars. So earlier this year, the Kenya Plastics Pact designed some guidelines that are kind of, I like calling it a roadmap or a manual to help manufacturers of plastic packaging to move and to rethink how they redesign their plastic packaging so that we increase circularity. Under the pact, we have 4 targets towards 2030. The first one being to eliminate all the problematic and unnecessary plastics, all of them. And then the second one is to ensure by 2030, we have 100% recyclability of plastics and reusability. And that is our main focus for today, because to achieve that, then we have to rethink how do we design the plastic packaging that we use. The third one, making sure that 40% of it is actually being recycled, because there's a difference between ensuring that it's recyclable, but also making sure that we go a step further and recycle it, and ensuring finally that we have 15% recycled content in the market. I don't want to take much time to give us a little bit of the background why this partnership between the Kenya Plastics Pact and KEPRO is happening today. Allow me to invite Ebenezer Amadi, our program manager. Makofi tafadhali.
Thank you so much, Josephine. Let's appreciate Josephine. Awesome. It's good to see you. I mean, interesting to have all of you in one space, because every player that is here is a critical player, starting from the National Environmental Management Authority, KEPRO, CAM, KEPSA, KPP. We have different brands here, and it's quite impressive. So today we're here because of a number of reasons. One is to ensure that we're able to get to know about the recyclability guidelines that we developed under the Kenya Plastics Pact. Josephine really explained what the Kenya Plastics Pact is, and we did launch in 2021, but we started off our journey in 2020. And the reason, of course, we were looking at supporting the value chain to be able to deal with the plastic pollution. And this was a great problem at that time. And at that point, there were voluntary PROs, and we did work with the Kenya Association of Manufacturers to develop a business model for KEPRO. And that was a good journey in terms of looking at how that has shaped from voluntary to now where we will have mandatory PROs that brands will be able to join in. And I appreciate also the brands that have also taken the step in terms of becoming trailblazers, including Steel Africa, Bidco, and other partners who are also part of the Kenya Plastics Pact. Yesterday I was in an event and someone said that in law they were told do not start listing because when you fail to list all of them, then you have a problem. And I just realized that I started listing. Now I'll have a problem not mentioning all the people in the room. And we also do appreciate the presence of DI East Africa, who has also partnered in this event. We normally say that do not go solo. Some level of synergy is also very good, because the more the strings, the strength increases, and we see that. So every one of you is like a string that goes round and increases the strength of the partnership and synergy that we have. So she mentioned the Kenya Plastic Plaza has 4 targets, which critically one of them is to eliminate problematic plastic. And in Kenya, we did have the ban of the single-use plastics, basically in protected areas. And probably we'll see this going on to different areas of the country. That's a wait and see moment. But we're also looking at the ability to enhance the recyclability and reusability of products that we have, in terms of looking at the design of the product, which is actually very critical. And we're actually seeing an increase in adoption of best practices by different brands, where we see different brands moving from colored bottles, plastic bottles, to clear, which is a good initiative, because when you need to recycle plastic, you have to sort it by color. So the more the color, the more the problem you have. I was just having a conversation with Barbara from Torrent, and it was interesting to hear from her saying, so the more the colors, the more the problem. So that's a pain, because it's also a small fraction of the plastic. And I was just joking to her, saying it's hilarious to hear that from her, and she produces the bottle tops for liquor. Let me not talk too much, because we'll delve deeper into the discussions later on. Allow me to invite back Jocelyn, and appreciate you for being here today. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. So I would want us to introduce ourselves. However, because of time, we cannot go one by one. Yeah? So I want us to do this by a show of hands. How many of us are in waste management? Waste management, recycling, collection. Great. Let's clap for them. I see people noticing their fellow friends, yeah? So it's one big family, just different cousins, right? How many of us are in production? So producers of plastic packaging, producers. Amazing, clap for them. Good. And how many of us are in retail? Retail. Good, clap for them. Thank you very much. Then we have, which other one? BMOs, Business Membership Organizations. Clap for them. Good. Thank you very much. Do we have waste pickers? Waste pickers associations? Not yet, yeah? All right. Who else did I leave? PROs. But of course, packaging, yeah. All right, PROs first. KEPRO. Clap for KEPRO for hosting us today. And packaging. Clap for them. That is the Packaging Institute, yeah? Thank you very much for coming. Anyone else I left behind? Good. Then we can all clap for ourselves. Now, like I mentioned, the people I almost forgot, the PROs, and we have KEPRO hosting us today. And to just give us a brief about why we have KEPRO, which is the Kenya Producer Responsibility Organization, and why we are having this meeting, why it is important to bring all of us on board to have this discussion. And later on, we are going to hear from NEMA why we have the PROs in the first place and the impact that it has on our businesses and why we have to take action now and not wait. I know a lot of us are in that space of what's going to happen, so we shall find out today. James.
Thank you, Josephine. Good morning once again. Good morning. Josephine, I think you forgot to mention the international partners. There's WWF around, Kena Alex on the far end. So good morning once again. I think even as Mumo pulls up my presentation, I'd want to reemphasize the importance of our conversation today. And we'd want to dismiss it as one of the usual conversations we have as conferences, and just in certain scenarios, some people say we enjoy having breakfast in hotels. But I think today it's quite critical in the sense that first we are getting into a space where APR is now becoming mandatory. And the conversation now comes from compliance to actual improvement in terms of our packaging design standards. And so based on our partnership with, of course, KPP and through the support of DI, there has been a conversation on improving our packaging standards. And for KEPRO, the initial idea was to look at the different standards, but we are like, why should we actually reinvent the wheel while KPP has already developed something, but it's yet to gain traction in terms of awareness and entrenchment within the industry. So we're like, we'd want to piggy bank on each other's strengths and bring ourselves together, have a conversation on how we can actually now move towards implementation of the different design proposals we are having. Ebenezer and I and others, a few of us were in a group, in a session last week where we were saying rubber meets the road. We are now moving into the implementation phase. And I can tell you for free, a few of our members and a few of the people we interacted with are really keen on now looking for innovative solutions that will see companies reduce their APR obligations, since the current arrangement is the most stubborn, quote unquote, the most stubborn or the more difficult your material is to recycle, the more APR fees you'll be paying. So we'll be seeing, and definitely for sure, we'll be seeing some improvement in terms of the uptake of more sustainable packaging solutions. So just to give us a bit of a background about KEPRO, the Kenya Extended Producer Responsibility Organization, I think ours is an organization that is, we pride ourselves in being at the core of accelerating Kenya's realization of a circular economy. And of course, our activities are centered on the three principles of circularity, that is, of course, improvement of design standards, and then focusing a lot more on elimination and reduction of waste within the ecosystem, or rather in the environment. So Mumo, we can, but the idea, maybe just go back. The idea is we are bringing all the waste value chain actors and the various value chain actors. On one side, you'll have the packaging users, retailers, as well as packaging manufacturers. Then on the other side, you'll have the raw material suppliers, or rather raw material suppliers, where we'll be having the packaging manufacturers as well as suppliers. And then there's the users, who are the packaging users, the retail traders, and the private users, of course, looking at the end users and consumers. Then on the other extreme spectrum, we are having the converters, who ordinarily would include the waste collectors, recyclers, as well as sorters. Next. So in terms of where we draw our legal mandate, I think for all of us in the room, I wouldn't want to belabor the point, but the idea is we are coming from the conversation on the Sustainable Waste Management Act, Section 13, making EPR mandatory for all producers in the country. Our focus, of course, is on non-hazardous packaging through the whole ecosystem of paper, plastic, metals, glass, as well as composites. Next. I think I'd want to skip this part, because unless there's I don't want to give us the benefit of doubt that all of us understand the concept of EPR, so I won't go into the details in the interest of time. This is just a breakdown of the notice that NEMA shared on August 30th, urging EPR, or other producers to comply with the EPR provisions of the Act. So about KEPRO, in terms of when we started, our operation started in March 2021. And the idea was, it was a build-up of various conversations, right from the ban of the single-use carrier bags in 2017, and the Kenya Action Pact that was signed into, that was agreed upon in 2019. So in terms of when we started, that is in 2021 March. So far, we are proud, and I think Mumo can confirm that we are at the 507 mark. So we want to update the numbers in terms of the members we are working with, and of course our membership includes some of the largest retailers in the country and high Taiwan manufacturing companies of packaging. So in terms of our focus, of course our focus is on addressing our members' unique needs while remaining true to our true north in terms of realizing a circular economy. So our core values are 4. And they're essentially quite intertwined because our true north is circularity. But the idea is we can only achieve this through collaborative efforts, and that is why we're actually bringing all of us together today, just to also piggyback and share knowledge in terms of whatever strengths our partners are bringing on board. Our activities are essentially just geared towards improving this environment for our community. Okay. Yes. For our community, and our commitment is ensuring that we are balancing the economies of sustainability. That is by putting the environment first while seeking to provide cost-effective solutions as far as EPR compliance is concerned. In terms of our niche, yes, we still really tied to what I had mentioned in terms of our core values: partnership, collaboration, transparency. As a PRO, will be receiving funds in the form of the annual membership fee as well as the EPR fees. And we've put in place structures that are verifiable and auditable to the extent of ensuring that we are transparent as per the provisions of the NEMA EPR regulations. In terms of our impact, and that of course ties to where we are heading to, moving the country from a linear economy through the recycling ecosystem, and of course with the main goal of achieving a circular economy. So when I was mentioning about transparency and the whole essence of us ensuring that we are using the funds as required by law, is that we can only achieve this through a proper governance structure. And as a PRO, we are governed by a board of directors, chaired by a board chair. Of course, we have Mr. Akshay Shah as a board chair currently. Of course, through an existing succession plan. And to ensure the board functions as efficiently as possible, the functions are further subdivided within the board into 4 categories. So we have the admin committee, which is essentially tasked with ensuring proper governance structures are put in place and enforcement to ensure that there's actual transparency and the whole narrative on ethics as far as management of the organization is concerned. For the membership committee, just from the word, from the name itself, it's member-facing. So you're looking at addressing all member issues, just besides the idea of membership recruitment and retention. For the recycling G4G committee, that is the very purpose as to why we exist as a PRO. So G4G stands for gram for gram. So our motivation has always been, for every gram put out into the environment, KEPRO will always endeavor to retrieve as an equal, or if not more, in terms of tonnage of waste from the environment through our EPR models. Communications committee, also from the name itself, is essentially committed to churning out relevant communication. Of course, even the entrenchment of EPR principles and the whole conversation on sustainability requires a lot more communication to encourage behavior change. And so the communications committee is not only tasked with internal and external communication to our immediate stakeholders, but also churning out communication relevant to members of the public and consumers as far as sustainable waste management practices are concerned. So on a case-by-case study situation, we always bring on board specialists on unique task forces to also support the committee and the board functions. So as I said, our board structure ensures that we have representation from across all the value chain stakeholders. So the board should comprise of a minimum of 16 representatives representing raw material suppliers. We also have converters as well as packaging users. We also have representation from the Retail Traders Association of Kenya, as well as waste management operators through the Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers. For the continuity of the board, there's a very comprehensive structure so that we have, so for instance, like now, the current chair's term will be ending next year in around January before another chair comes on board upon approval by the members during the annual general meeting. Yes, so I won't go into the details of the committees. As I had mentioned, they have the different functions. So in terms of who can join, we have raw material suppliers, packaging manufacturers, packaging users, retail outlets, as well as supply chain operators. Recycling value chain actors are also part of our PRO. So why choose us? We have 3 reasons as to why we believe you'd want to choose us as the preferred PRO in terms of your pursuit for compliance and commitment to sustainability. We have we bring on board a team of experienced individuals and professionals that have also contributed a lot to implementation of the EPR ecosystem in the country. We are also bringing a value in terms of all our actions and activities are guided by the commitment to realization of circularity in the country. Customer service, we are guaranteeing you response at the very least within a period of 24 hours upon your queries. So in terms of our unique value proposition, we are looking at member recognition. So we'll always identify you as our partner in terms of our commitment towards achieving a circular economy in the country. We are also having automated reminders, and that is tied down to the bit on security of data. So we've invested quite some significant amount of money to put in place a unique, of course, ratified by the Danish government, a unique platform that is not only guaranteeing you self-service services, but you're also looking at automated reminders. So remember, the APR fees will be paid monthly. So the system not only reminds you about the declaration, but it also prompts you when you need to make the payments for your declarations. So we also have the member engagement activities where we are guaranteeing you sustained engagement through information sharing. We also have regular town hall sessions. We do at least 1 town hall session for members quarterly. We also have a dedicated help desk. We have somebody essentially just focused on addressing member issues. Remember, all our membership activities are automated. So this person is only there to support you in terms of any challenges you might be having as far as onboarding onto the system is concerned. So we are also getting into the space of advocacy and research. So beyond supporting such conversations on improvement of the EPR landscape, we are partnering with various organizations, of course. So for instance, DI and other such partners to also roll out some of these relevant information for our members and the larger ecosystem. For instance, we are currently putting together a toolkit for waste collectors that will also be bringing together all the information in one booklet just to guide them through the transitionary phase that we'll be seeing as far as implementation of EPR is concerned. As I also mentioned, our systems and structures are very collaborative. So the setting of EPR fees and standards for utilization of the EPR fees is done through collaborative processes, and structures are put in place to establish EPR councils per waste fraction. So we have an EPR for glass, we have an EPR for paper and carton, we have the EPR council for metal coming into place. We're also having the EPR council for plastic. So of course, we will also be giving you visibility in terms of credibility of your company as far as commitment to sustainability is concerned. Next. So far, and these are statistics up to around this year March. Understandably, we're working within a voluntary ecosystem. I think the narrative on mandatory EPR implementation has started on August 30th. So far, and until that time, we had a presence in 31 counties through our contracted recyclers and waste converters. In terms of the money we had put out for conversion and collection of waste, of course, this is the APR fees paid to our member through by our members. The cumulative amount was around 85.59 million, inclusive of VAT. So to achieve that, we were working with around 11 recyclers, and through that amount of subsidy, they were able to convert around 9,000 metric tons of flexible plastic. So we are also doing a lot of and investing a lot in terms of consumer awareness. And more particularly this year, I'd also want to mention DI's name again. They've really been supportive in terms of engagement with members of the public and consumers on different consumer awareness programs. So far directly, this year alone, we've impacted over 1,000 individuals in terms of our consumer awareness campaigns. The amount put out, this is only indicative, but we've spent more than 4 million, also just to support capacity building initiatives for CBOs and other waste management operators. In terms of our membership, this is just a sample of a few of our members. We have the British American Tobacco, Sony Sugar, next. So we also have our strategic partners. As I mentioned, Retail Traders Association of Kenya sits on our board, same to the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Implementation of the EPR regulations would require that PROs work with the different county governments, and we're already moving into that space, quite at advanced levels as far as conversation with Mombasa County and Kisii County on installation of material recovery facilities are concerned. The Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers sits on our board. We also recently signed an MOU with the Kenya Alliance of Residents Association, just to also help us in our consumer awareness programs. Next. So for the manufacturers here and packaging users, you're probably asking yourself, what would be the costs of EPR compliance? And so remember when there was the use of when there was a ban of the single-use plastic carrier bags, the conversation directly affected the bread users. And I think Miriam would be talking a lot more to how that conversation started. But the most affected was the bread bag sector, or rather the bread manufacturers sector. And taking it as an example, by then bread was around Kenya shillings 60. So when we added the incremental amount for EPR fees, which was around 0.5 shillings per bread bag, the net effect was around 0.1% increase to the cost of bread. I don't know whether we've been concurrence that is quite a negligible fee compared to the environmental impact of plastic packaging in our environment. Do you think it's a negligible increase, or it's a lot? Momo, did people take breakfast? Yes. So next. So in terms of our annual membership fee, this is our annual membership fee. It's usually informed by the estimated volumes you're putting out into the market as far as volumes are concerned. So currently, of course, with the rush to comply by October, we're also running an offer to have those joining in now able to pay prorated fees. So for those who may not be aware, the EPR obligations require that apart from your annual membership fee, which indicates that you are subscribing to a PRO, you'll also be doing the monthly volume declarations. So these are done on the volumes you're putting out into the market per month. And so based on that is what you'll be making your EPR fees. So you'll declare, you submit the same. And as I mentioned, EPR councils are the ones that are required to set up the EPR fees. It's not the KEPRO management, it's not the KEPRO secretariat. Next. So in terms of our future outlook, and of course, this is particularly for 2023, the idea is we'll continue doing the consumer awareness campaigns. Of course, we're also going to be playing a very critical role in supporting the implementation, the adoption and implementation of the Sustainable Waste Management Act, and more particularly the APR provisions. So the other bit, and it speaks to what we are doing today, development of packaging design standards. We are, as I also mentioned, we are moving into research that we are already doing with JICA. We were recently doing, and I think the report is almost out. We are doing a waste assessment survey in Nairobi, focusing on Kilimani, Korogosho, and Buruburu. In terms of establishment of material recovery facilities, as I mentioned, the Act requires that landfills and dump sites will be shut down. So material recovery facility is only one of the very strategic areas of focus that we are looking to get into. And of course, the other bit is on engagement with county governments, as well as supporting them in the implementation of the Sustainable Waste Management Act. So this is also just a value add to our members during this quote-unquote crash period. We have introduced a callback request where you can call us, you can place a request, and then we'll be able to call you back. As I mentioned, just a minute. We also have the KEPRO membership system. Just as I mentioned, it took us quite some amount of money just to put it into place. And the idea is we are guaranteeing you confidentiality of your information. Not even the secretariat, not the board management can be able to access your declarations. In terms of the usability of the portal, we've ensured that it's as user-friendly as possible, thereby guaranteeing that you'll spend less than 5 minutes to submit your application and also declare your volumes. For the requesting a callback, you can these are some of the issues we'll be able to help you address. Next. So these are some of the activities we've been able to do over the years. Next. So I think in the interest of time, I'd wrap it up for now, unless there's any queries. Any questions? Okay. Oh, yes.
So thank you for the presentation. I just had a question around the membership. I see that the volumes, we need to declare the volumes. Is that applicable for only the volumes that we are selling in Kenya, or all our volumes? That is number one. And then number two, like we are a producer, and our clients are also members of the PRO.
Yes.
So are we not paying twice if we are paying a monthly fee, and the brand owner is the one also paying for the collection for the same material? Or how are we going to handle that in future?
Okay, so just 1 minute. So the first question was?
Around the volumes. So are we only declaring what we are selling in Kenya, or are we declaring all our volumes?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the next one was on?
On
you being a packaging
supplier. So we are manufacturer.
Yes.
Of the brand owners who are also members of the PROs.
Yes.
So how do we net that? Because at the end of the day, they're the ones who are releasing. Mm-hmm. So we have to be members, yes, but then how do we net that out?
Okay. So I think these are questions Dr. would have responded, but I'll respond. Thank you. So for the first question, in terms of declaration of volumes, I think the law is very clear that products that you're introducing to the Kenyan market, so you wouldn't be declaring exports. The idea is you're only declaring imports or anything, for that matter, that you're introducing to the Kenyan market as a finished good. In terms of you being a packaging manufacturer and brand owners being required to belong to PROs, I think the idea, and Dr. has insisted on this before, the idea is to be able to have a system where we can counter-check, such that it is not that you supply to me 10,000 pieces of packaging, and me as a brand owner, I'm only declaring that I received 9,000. So there needs to be some sort of a confirmation that, or rather a platform to ensure there is concurrence in terms of the volumes you're declaring and the volumes they're declaring. So for you, and I think that is still not yet clear. I think Dr. will be clearing the air on that. The idea is you belong to a PRO, but for now, the clarity is that we are not yet requiring manufacturers to it's not as strictly enforced that manufacturers must declare and pay for the APR. You only join to demonstrate that you have joined a PRO and that all your brand owners are also belonging to a PRO. Yes. Any other question? Okay. Thank you.
He deserves a clap, doesn't he? I know there are a lot of questions that are going to be coming up as the conversation continues. Later on, we are going to be having an interactive discussion so that we all ask and respond to those questions. We will also have more speakers later on, even from the authority, that will also help to clarify some of those questions. Now, I am sure that we all agree that a lot of our sectors are still operating in what we call the linear economy. We are still extracting, manufacturing, using, and then discarding, right? And I don't know how many of us still feel the urgency to transition to a more circular economy, by show of hands. By a show of hands. How urgent is it for us to transition to a circular economy? Completely urgent, right? Yesterday, true. Now, what I want to appreciate is that this transition is not going to happen, or is not happening as we speak, because one of us is taking the lead. It is a matter of collective action from all of us, but also appreciating the support that we continue receiving from our development partners. Apologies again, WWF, for forgetting to mention your name. So WWF continues to also support our very initiatives, also both from the KEPRO side, but also from the KPP side, currently supporting what we're calling the Innovation Challenge, because beyond having the conversations, like James said, at the hotels, it is important that when we go back to the ground, we take those conversations and we convert them to action. So we are pushing our members and the producers, even though they're not our members, to take those guidelines and say, we are committing, and beyond committing, we are going to transition, either taking our products and moving to clear, especially for the PET bottles, which are more recyclable, and removing additives from the HDP bottles and jars. So those are actions that are actually being, that are ongoing, and we are going to be hearing some of them later on. But for now, allow me to invite Close, another one of our development partners through KEPRO, from DI East Africa, to tell us more why this conversation and these actions are important, not just nationally, but also internationally. Close. A clap for him, please.
Thank you, Josephine, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure being here today. And again, I'm Claus Leng Christensen, the East Africa Manager for the Confederation of Danish Industry, or just Danish Industry, or even just DI, to keep it short. We're co-sponsoring today. Maybe we're even the main sponsor. I'm just teasing you because this is a good thing that we have competition in this space. So it doesn't matter how many sponsors we are. This shows this is working and this is good. And for us, and first of all, also thank you to NEMA. Where's Dr. Macharia? I saw he was around before, for turning up the heat on this conversation around compliance. I think we needed that boost from NEMA, so thank you so much for that. For us, this whole conversation started back in 2017 with CAM, and I'm happy to see Miriam here also, because that was the first time CAM came to DI and said, hey, we have an issue. The governments, they want to ban plastic. We think it's a bad idea. Can you help us? And we brought a delegation up to Denmark to talk about circular economy, what we were doing at the time around also plastics and design innovation, etc. And fast forward, we had the National Action Plan for Plastics, we had KEPRO being established, and now we're here today talking about design guidelines. So this is amazing what's been happening the past 5-6 years in Kenya, being the first country to introduce a PRO system. So congratulations to all of you for being part and parcel of this amazing journey that Kenya has been going through. And I think last week at the Climate Summit, there were a lot of mentioning about that journey also that Kenya has gone through as a front runner in Africa. So I think you can all be proud of that. Design guidelines for us. We started the conversation a couple of years ago, I think, with you, Miriam, also, and then with the KEPRO management to say, okay, it's not enough to have a PRO. We need to start talking about design guidelines. And in Denmark, we have the plastics, the Danish Plastics Federation. They already developed design guidelines before we even had a PRO for packaging. So we've had a different journey in Denmark, that we were lucky to have a very conscious consumer base demanding that products are recyclable. And that put a pressure on the industry and government. So we're fortunate enough to have a very educated consumer base that could drive such a kind of pressure on the industry. So our journey is a bit different from the Kenyan one. And at the same time, we're lucky that our private sector, just as in Kenya, is very strong. So the push for design guidelines also came from industry players themselves, because they knew it was good for business, it was good for the bottom line. And that's why the industry, they were pushing for design guidelines at the time. So that's important to say, I think. Where are we in Denmark? Just a quick check-in. We are right now at 98% of plastic being either recycled or incinerated. So we are not always the good guys, because we don't want to incinerate too much, and we still do it to get rid of it. So we are not there yet at all. In terms of pure recyclability on plastics and collection, we're at 40%. So we also have a long way to go in Denmark, and we want to phase out incineration because we know it's not the way to go. So it's always good to be on a journey. That's my point. The EPR guidelines in Kenya, I would say there are two added features that are not being talked about that often that we think are important. One is the job creation aspect. This is a brand new industry we're creating. We have an opportunity to lift thousands of workers from the informal sector into the formal sector by doing this the right way, by introducing also curricula for waste pickers, which James referenced before. So that's why we're also very proud that we are supporting KEPRO in that journey to introduce a curriculum for waste pickers that we can even get certified by NITA. So we can train thousands of people in waste picking, so they get proper recognition, they get a proper salary, and they get introduced into the formal workforce in Kenya. So that we think that's sometimes underplayed in this conversation, that is a massive job creation potential we're dealing with here. The second one I want to emphasize is innovation, R&D. Design guidelines is all about innovation also. It's about ingenuity, it's about attracting bright minds, entrepreneurs, industrial engineers into the space, because the design will determine the life cycle of the product. There's a lot of talk about design for disassembly, you know, all the theory, etc. This requires a lot of brain power to even use these design guidelines and bring them into practice. So there's a huge space for innovation. And that's also why we're working now with KEPRO to create an innovation hub that can attract entrepreneurs, industrial engineers into that space. So that's another thing I'm very excited about happening for waste management in Kenya. I'll end on that and just say I think it's a very exciting time for waste management in Kenya, and I very much look forward to the discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Klaus. I don't think the conversation around the PROs, and particularly on KEPRO, had started if we didn't have come on board. True? The Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And today we have Miriam Bomet, who's going to give us a bit of a background, also from the manufacturer's perspective. Why is this move particularly important to our industries, to our manufacturers? What are some of the sustainable practices that we need to adapt, and especially on the design guidelines? I know there is still a gap that we are yet to understand what the design guidelines are. So after the break, we are going to be looking in depth into the design guidelines, so you have a grasp of what it is. So for now, these are just opening remarks. And Miriam, karibu sana. A clap for her, please.
Thank you, Josephine. Good morning to everyone. Just to start by appreciating the organizers of this forum, of course, the Kenya Plastics Pact, and also KEPRO, one of the producer responsibility organizations in the country. I think bringing together stakeholders every other time to reflect on where we are and where we want to head in this journey of ensuring this country becomes more environmentally sustainable is actually commendable. And I think listening to Klaus, who's one of our partners, and thinking back the journey that we have gone through, it's quite amazing to have partners on board, partners who continue to fill the gaps in terms of areas where we need to support the entire value chain. And what Klaus is saying is true. About 6 or 7 years ago, when we had the plastic bags ban, we, of course, as manufacturers, had to quickly find solutions to this problem, because we had thriving businesses who were producing plastic bags, but we know the damage that plastic bags were having in the environment because they were not being collected, and we didn't have systems to ensure that plastics don't remain in the environment. And of course, we knew that if we didn't find a solution, the next thing would be for PET bottles and the rest of the plastic materials, which would follow the ban. And because we had partners working with DI, who are the Association of also manufacturers in Denmark, we quickly reached out to them and said, what's this sustainable solution that can help us address waste generally? Because as an association, we have about 13 industrial sectors, whether it's ranging from paper, from steel, different other sectors. And we knew that plastic was just one sector that needed to look at their waste management, or their post-consumer waste management. So we thought that we needed a solution which we could give government, which would address all the industrial sectors that we had. And of course, when we got to Denmark and they said, okay, bring your plastic manufacturers, let them come and meet with our plastic manufacturers and see what these solutions are in Europe. And one of the things we found quite interesting together with our leadership was that they had developed a joint plastics action plan with their government in terms of what's this journey we want to take with plastics to make sure that it doesn't stain the environment, harm the environment, and that we are able to be responsible as manufacturers, as producers around the post-consumer waste that we are doing. And of course, we quickly knew that would be the solution. And we quickly came back to Kenya. We reached out to the government teams, Ministry of Environment and NEMA, and said, we have found a solution to the country's problem. We want to undertake some study to look at context in Kenya, talking about called a circular economy, could actually work in Kenya, and how would it work? And that manufacturers and producers would have to implement what is called the extended producer responsibility initiatives in the country. And of course, at that time, we were all learning and trying to understand what is this that we need to do. But of course, we quickly got a lot of partners who came on board, supported us to understand what this circular economy concept would be. We did the research with the Kenya Plastics Action Plan, and we of course saw the output and the outcomes in terms of what we were doing. The circular economy, of course, expects that everybody has responsibilities. So it's not responsibility only for producers. There's responsibility for the government. There was responsibility for the waste management value chain. These are the actors who are within the waste management system who needed to now rise to the occasion, or we all needed to support them to be able to do the work that they do. And of course, this was the sustainable solution that we needed. And of course, we want to commend the government team because we had clear obligations. For the government team, they agreed that we needed to move and do this shift in our policies, and they passed the National Sustainable Waste Management Policy and the Act. And we, of course, supporting manufacturers, were able to commit to government that we will implement mandatory extended producer responsibility initiatives, not what we were doing before, where you would find maybe the large companies are able to put their finances together and, organize collection of their waste. This would be jointly done so that they are able to utilize the benefits of coming together. And this is where we are now. And I think KEPRO has just shown you that in the last 2 weeks, the government has now put a requirement that by the end of the next 2 months, that's in October, all producers, and producers are now defined as anybody importing into the country any kind of packaging, any person who's producing locally, and of course anybody who's using any kind of packaging material or any item that will find itself in the environment must comply, and they must demonstrate and show that they are part of an EPR, the Extended Producer Responsibility Scheme, and that they are contributing to make sure that whatever is in the environment will happen. So they have 2 months to do this. Already it's now about 1.5 months. And you can imagine the pressure that's within the sector, the manufacturing sector, and of course for importers too. But luckily enough, we are quite lucky because this journey has already started. Already in the packaging space, we have more than one PRO now, KEPRO leading the pack in terms of support to the industries and the other PROs. We've now established and brought together electronic and electrical producers who've now registered their own producer responsibility organization. So they are ready to start their implementation. We also have organized the hazardous producers who have now come together also. They are setting up their different waste streams so that they can move forward. So there's a lot of preparedness in terms of what the producers in the country are required to do. And we know within the next 2 months, areas such as packaging will actually have achieved about 100% in terms of them being able to comply with the EPR, and which is of course commendable for the country. The other issues of course that we've seen is a lot of innovation that has happened. To about 3 years ago, we didn't have any producer responsibility organization in the country. We now have more producers, more PROs in the country that are setting up, who are now organizing businesses together to be able to now finance and support the waste management value chain in the country. As CAM, of course, we continue to give government these updates in terms of where are we, what are the producers doing, and what commitments are they making. So we are seeing a lot of job creation, and which we had envisaged through this circular economy, that more jobs are going to be created. There is a business case for businesses to be able to ensure their business and the products that they do are sustainable, they are recyclable. And of course, we commend the Kenya Plastics Act for coming up with the guidelines, because these guidelines are quite critical. It's what will inform even the producer responsibility organization in terms of how they set their extended producer responsibility fees. And of course, we expect that producers who are going to continue using materials that are difficult to collect within the environment will have to pay a bigger price. And the ones who are using materials that are able to be recyclable, to be reused, you'll see a lot of the cost to it would be much more lower. And we've seen this happen in different countries, whether it's Germany, and of course I recognize the WWF team who gave us an opportunity together with the government teams to go and see what is happening in terms of the EPR implementation in Germany, and where we borrowed a lot of our proposals in Kenya in terms of the scheme and the approach we wanted to take. And we were able to see that the guidelines and the EPR fees are able to drive the country towards what we want to see in terms of sustainable packaging, and which is good. And we commend, of course, KEPRO today here and the Kenya Plastics Pact for the initiatives that have taken. So in terms of preparedness, and which I think is quite important for yourselves to know how prepared are the producers in the country to move forward with this circular economy approach, and of course the EPR. So, of course, the government has now put a compliance date, which is quite good because it's making us accelerate our efforts. We've also had a lot of shift in the packaging space. As you know, now we have seen growth of other sectors, as I indicated earlier. So we have, for instance, our paper packaging manufacturers who've now grown. In fact, we've been having discussions with some of the government teams, and we are telling them we need a lot of support to stabilize the paper industry. As you know, they rely on a lot of the forests and the whole ecosystem to be able to produce. But we've seen a lot of investments and a lot of manufacturers who've gotten into that space because they know that what they are producing in terms of packaging is more sustainable, and we've seen government support the paper packaging and even the glass packaging manufacturers in the country. So more people are investing in these sectors, which is good because it continues to provide more packaging, alternative packaging to plastics in the country, and they are able to support consumers. The other issue is, of course, the issue of capacity to businesses. So we do, as the association, have a training institute, which we support a lot of manufacturers. So we have a circular economy trainings that we are doing for companies, looking at their products, looking at their design, trying to see what's this journey that they can take. But one of the things, of course, we have highlighted is that the cost of doing the capacity support to move yourself as a company from what you're producing to the next recyclable item is actually quite costly. The cost now would be estimated for a company to be able to move at about maybe $3,000 US, maybe that's about 300,000 Kenyan shillings for you as a company to be able to take that transition process and have a concrete plan in terms of moving forward. And why that's important, and I think I've heard it being said, is that there's need for a lot of training for circular economy trainers. And again, this goes back to what we are saying. A lot of opportunities are going to be created from the circular economy approach. So we see that a lot of the people who are trained, quite trained persons in the circular economy concept and trying to help companies design better packaging, design better materials that they are doing is still quite costly in the country. We still don't have certified people who can do this, but of course we are seeing the government agencies who are responsible based on our engagements with them are stepping in now to say who are these experts who we need to support these transitions that we need as a country. And of course those are opportunities for more job creation. The other issue is about the reuse of packaging, especially on the PET, and which is what we are talking about. You can see that a lot of manufacturers and producers are moving towards refills. And you've seen that also in partnership with the retail sector. A lot of them are now moving towards that. And you'll see even the larger amounts of water or any other items that are being produced. So they are quickly moving to see how do we also reuse. And of course, these are strategies that companies must put into place so that they are able to help us also transition as a company. The other issue, of course, is what I've talked about, the PROs, the growing partners who are in this environment, who are coming in to sensitize more people. I think we've worked with a number of NGOs who are now preparing themselves to bring more accountability within this EPR space, look at what is being recycled, hold to account producer responsibility organization. So we are seeing everybody coming together in terms of trying to make this circular economy work. The key issues, of course, that are emerging, a number of them. One of the things when we keep on engaging with the waste collectors through their organized associations, they continue to tell us that the cost of collection is quite high. And that's why a lot of them are remaining within the informal sector. So that transition to move them into more formal businesses, see more investments that are needed in recycling is still not happening. And of course, one of the drivers that the government can actually support is through the incentives we've seen. I think a number of years ago, we had seen government give incentives for recycling if you're able to bring in equipment that you can use for recycling. But of course, that was quickly removed. But what we saw in terms of the impact of just that incentive is that we saw so many other investors coming into the country to now uptake the recycling space, whether it was supporting the baling of the waste, because you need to make your waste, transportation of your waste much more cheaper. Otherwise, the cost of what you're doing becomes quite high. So there's a lot of work that needs to go. And of course, we are working with the waste collectors to try and put out this case, this business case that they want to put out, that the cost of collecting waste in this country is quite expensive. Whether you're transporting waste from here in Nairobi to any other town outside Nairobi, the taxes that are there by the county governments, by the national government, don't facilitate that. They're actually competing with normal businesses, and yet we know that the waste collectors are playing a double role. Of course, they are supporting to economic contribution to the country, but at the end of the day, they are doing a special kind of service to this country. And of course, they must be able to be supported so that they drive this country towards where we want to be. Because the circular economy will be largely driven by the waste service management players in the country. The other issue that we've seen is implementation of the policy and the law. Of course, we commend government for the initiative. It was one of the commitments they had made, that they would bring together, they would put a policy in place that transitioned the country from the linear economy to a circular economy. And we now have a policy that recognizes that. And we have a law that now requires, for instance, what we've said, producers are now required to comply. But the part that is still missing is the support we need from the county governments. There's a lot of obligations that still remain unaddressed, and we hope that through the Ministry of Environment and NEMA, that this can be accelerated. And this is what will drive and support the producer responsibility organizations when the county governments are able to take up the roles that they're supposed to take up and implement. The other issue is about the Kenya Plastics Action Plan. As we said, it's one of the plans we adopted from Denmark. We took a German approach in terms of what was supposed to be implemented. And one of the things that we did, and we had clear responsibility between manufacturers and the government. And of course, for manufacturers, it was to develop establishment of PROs and the EPR. And you can see today that that has happened. In terms of government, they were supposed to set up now the establish and develop the policies and the laws. They were also supposed to help us with a recycling target as a country. In fact, one of the things we've seen is that, for instance, the EU, who've clearly put out what are their recycling targets for the next 5 years. This is what will help us now monitor and see as a country where are we moving and what do we need to do to move there. Without clear targets as a country, of course, we'll continue trying our best to take up incentives, but the country needs to put in place clear recycling commitments, and of course it comes with obligations from all of us. The other issue that we have looked at is the issue to do with the design guidelines and recyclability that has been talked about here. So we do commend the Kenya Plastics Pact for the development of the guidelines, but the guidelines are only with regard to PET bottles and the LDP and any HDP bottles. But we are looking forward to have guidelines across all the packaging products and materials. And if you look at their guidelines, they are quite clear, showing exactly what is good for recyclability and the design that needs to support that, and what is not and what needs to be phased away, so that it gives a transition plan to companies and producers to know what's the best product material that you need to move into. So we are hoping that such kind of guidelines can be adopted by government. And of course, KEPRO has informed us that they are working with DI to develop general now guidelines which can now support the country. And we do hope the government teams will be able to take that up so that we can guide the PROs and we can also guide the manufacturers and all the other producers to know what exactly they need to move into and this transition period that we need. So that's just a summary in terms of the preparedness that we have and some of the issues emerging. But of course, we continue to thank the partners that we have here who've walked this journey with us, and we continue working this journey to make sure that we achieve the objectives and the goals of making Kenya a circular economy across all the post-consumer waste management areas that we need to do. So thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to join all of you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam, for that very elaborate outlook on where we are from the manufacturing side. And today's workshop also aims to kind of, highlight what our individual roles are and what that contributes to the entire journey of a circular economy. Now, a lot has been said about the EPR, but it is always important to hear from the authority, the person who will be coming after us in a few days. We were given 60 days, right? It's minus how many now? Minus a few, eh? So we have less than 50 to go, and we are very privileged to have Dr. Ayub Mashari with us, a person who has been very key in the development and now in the implementation of the EPR regulations. It is important to try and understand, even as the EPR looks at the bottom-up approach from the downstream, and us coming from the upstream side, how do those two correlate, and why is it important for the upstream redesigning of our packaging products affect his work and impacts how he's able to implement the EPR guidelines from the bottom-up approach. Daktari, karibu sana. A clap for him, please.
Asante. Good morning. All protocols observed. My name is Ayub Macharia. I work for NEMA as the Director in charge of Environmental Enforcement. And I'm very honored to be here today to explain how this issue of designing plastics, we call it product designs, is anticipated in the law, and its positioning in the law. Of course, you are aware that it is difficult to legislate everything. Very difficult, especially moving targets and issues to do with designs, chemical composition of items, structure, and how polymers look like. It's an area of innovation, and it's always a moving target. And so it is not easy to legislate. However, the wise man said that there are so many ways of skinning a cat. And we are not short of those ideas, not as government, but as stakeholders in the sector, because we have never worked alone. And that is what we have done with the extended producer responsibility. First of all, like Josephine said, we have already commenced implementation of EPR. We commenced last year, July. That's when EPR became effective. And this year, we were hoping that the regulations will be out, because we have already developed regulations and they are finalized on the technical side. But there is the drafting side and the approval side, which has several other steps. That is the one that is pending. But the technical document is complete and submitted to the Ministry and to the Attorney General for final drafting and enactment. However, you realize that process is not under the control of the Ministry of Environment. It's not under the control of NEMA. We have the Attorney General Office is in charge. We have the Committee of Delegated Legislation of Parliament. And so there is those few steps that are supposed to be to also be taken. And that is why we don't have the regulation at the moment. But since the law, section 13(1) and 2 are active, we decided to ask the producers to report on what they have been doing for the last 1 year, implying that if there is a producer who was doing nothing, you are supposed to be doing something. There is a law that you could be breaking And so it is a wake-up call for everybody to do something, to start doing something if you are not doing something. And we released the notice on 30th of August, and we expect that by 30th of October, we will have the reports. And once we have the reports, our officers will go out to find out who is that, who is not in EPR. And of course, the entry gates, the entry points for products into the market may be our next target. So if you are using those gates, please beware that in November, you may find another condition there that, hey, tell us, are you a member of a PRO? Are you implementing EPR? Have you submitted your report to NEMA? The good thing is that complying with the EPR law is so easy, because you either do it individually or collectively. If you decide to do it individually, it is more difficult, because alone you are not strong. A ball pen like this, I can easily break it. But when there are 50 ball pens tied together, I cannot break them. So you need that bigger muscle, which you only get if you are collective, so that you are able to report. Because the unit of reporting, the unit of operation is the county, not national. And so everybody, if you decide to do it individually, you have to go to every county, talk to them, agree with them on how you'll be doing your work there. And that is not easy. And that is why we are encouraging everybody to join an EPR scheme. And in the regulation, although it is a draft, but we are not changing our mind. Because if we change our mind, it means that we have to go through another public participation. And I don't think all of us have new ideas. We had already given our best in that regulation. So we are not going back to drafting it again. So the regulation formed our backbone when we were asking for reporting. So in our report, we have implemented over 50% of that regulation through that request for reporting. Because what we are asking the PROs to report, the producers to report on, is their obligations. Their obligations, and we had listed them in the regulation. However, we could not ask for everything, because the regulation is not there. And so when you look at what we have requested for, is more on the downstream. You know, in waste management, there is upstream interventions, midstream interventions, and downstream. So we have focused more on downstream interventions. Downstream means waste management issues. How are you managing the waste emanating from your products, packaging, things like those. And so we have started our implementation from downstream as we wait for the regulation. However, that downstream, commencing from downstream, does not mean that we cannot progress to upstream. Because there are also drivers from downstream that can make the producers to also invest in progression to midstream and upstream. So as right now, what is happening is that the producers are quickly drafting their reports. And what I've heard from them, in fact, I've just come from a meeting with a PRO, one of our PROs, in the hotel side of this facility. The PRO, the producers are asking questions like, who can I team up with to establish the PRO? And when they go there, the story they are given is, what the government wants is you to make sure that your product does not pollute the environment. The essence of EPR is make sure your products are not found in the environment. Now El Nino is coming. And if EPR is not in place, you know what happens in Nairobi. Our rivers, a lot of textile, a lot of sacks in the river, a lot of diapers in the river. What are they doing there? Somebody somewhere is not responsible. They are just keen on bringing things into the market without taking care of that waste. Fortunately, we have the law. So, why this meeting is important is because you are thinking about midstream and upstream interventions. And we are going there through the EPR. Because when you visit your PRO, they will ask you, what is your product made of? Okay? And then you disclose. The good thing is that you private sector, you know all these things. You employ the best brains. Okay? These are some of the products you have tried to bring into the market, but you use the other one. So you understand what these things are about. Second thing is you'll be asked, now, how do we recycle or process your product? So you say, oh, mine is recyclable. And you explain that, oh, you know, even before the EPR started, if you had a HDPE, for example, it was being recycled by a company such as Premier, for example, or others, Mr. Green and others. They have been handling your product. So, you see, you already have a story. What if you have a product like a straw, for example? You start thinking of, who has been recycling straws? And you find that maybe there has not been anybody. What if you have sweet wrappers? Yeah? Of course, your story becomes even more difficult because it is your story. The PRO will only process your story, isn't it? You know, the PRO is just an association of all of you coming together to think about how we can invest together so that we can be in every county. And so what will happen is, from now going on, is that you'll be required to pay for your product so that they are safely disposed. And I expect that the cost will not be the same. So some will pay more, others will pay less. Yes, depending on how complex your product is. And so what will happen if you are charged more? Of course, you look for alternatives, isn't it? Or you think about that product, that chemical in your product that is making processing for your product to be so expensive, so that you do away with it if it is possible. Okay? And so you see, from downstream, because of the incentives and disincentives, you slowly move to midstream and even to upstream. And so this discussion that we are having today is therefore very important because already the ship has left the port, the docking area. Okay? Is the docking area or the what do you call that area with that? Yeah? The anchor. It has left the anchorage area. And so your discussion therefore is timely now. It is not like before we released the notice, because people thought that, this is just another story by the government. Of course, now it is not the case. What I can say is that we have already started moving. All the producers, you are required to submit your report by 30th. And then, based on the costs, there is a way of cutting down that cost. And that is by what is being discussed today. It will help you to cut down that cost so that you can pay less and less and less depending on how you improve your product, depending on how you improve your packaging, the content of your packaging. And that way, our regulation, although we have started from downstream, it is provoking transition to upstream. Not that we had forgotten upstream and midstream in our regulation. It is there. We had talked about life cycle analysis. We had also talked about product designs, which is part of what you are discussing today. But since we don't have the regulation, what do? We found that we can enter through the window, and surely we were able to enter through the window, and things are moving, okay? And I expect that discussions like this will continue, not only for plastics, but even for other products. And so mine is short, is up to that level. Of course, now we are keen on making sure that we don't see your products in the environment. So please, let's get out of boardrooms, the PROs, the producers, let's get out there. We expect to see you more out there, making sure that your products are collected and taken to the right place. The right place could be, for now, since we don't have adequate infrastructure, it could either be a recycler, an incinerator, or even the landfill, but with a story, that a disclosure, that you are aware that your material is going to the landfill, because we expect improvements in every aspect of our material handling. Otherwise, thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think, Dr. you could take some questions, because I know you could leave us at any time. And also for those who are watching us online and on YouTube, if you have any question, feel free to write. I think we have the first one coming from Migori Municipality, saying in Migori, where it's hard to see plastic water bottles collected for recycling, is the problem with the design, or what is the actual issue? My question to Dr. Ayub, what are the consequences of non-compliance? So he can respond to that as I take any other hands for the questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question from Migori. The reason why items were not being collected is because they did not have a value. We did not attach a value to them. And now what we have done with the EPR is that we have demanded that everything be collected by the person who introduced that product into the market. And we have also taken care of the waste picker, the person who collected. The waste picker is not just that person who works with a sack. It is even ourselves. If you decide that something is valuable, and you know where the collection point is, you can decide not to put items like paper in your bin. And you keep it nicely and take it to the collection point, where you are supposed to be paid for collection service. That service is now being paid for by the PRO. That is one of the requirements in our report, the report to NEMA. And so my advice to everybody is that in Kenya, everything now, every synthetic item that you have is important. Please look at it twice. Look for the collection center, which will be published. We are going to publish this at NEMA online once we receive these collection points from the producers. Once you know the collection point, take that item there. We will also advertise even the price that you get when you deposit that item at the collection point. So everything is money, whether a vehicle, okay, whether a boda, you know, even a diaper is money. The only thing is, you know where the collection point is and take it there. Okay, there is collection service to be paid for that. And so from now on, of course, maybe as early as tomorrow, we will be going out. We are soon releasing a notice that we don't expect to see your products in the environment, because El Nino is coming. We don't want our rivers to be flooded. So as early as tomorrow, my officers will be coming to you and looking for those items, especially that are in our rivers. So we are ready to receive many companies at NEMA to explain why their products and packaging are in the wrong place. and to understand what plans you have to get those things out of the environment. Because that is a law. That is Section 13. Now, what will be the penalty? Somebody asked that question. The penalty is the general penalty as provided in EMCA. That is, you can be fined from 2 million shillings. You know, that's not small money if you are not collecting your products from the environment. So we don't want you to pay that money. Please comply. Make sure that you have a plan. When you visit us, when we get you, make sure you come with a plan. Don't come saying that, oh, please don't arrest us. Please come with a plan, okay? For a plan, at least we can give you a few days, yeah, to sort the mess. But without a plan, I think we will not listen to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Macharia, and especially thank you for launching that ship. It's great to know that the anchor is gone, and now we only have one way to go. I have a question, and then I'd also like to get some clarity from you on behalf of everyone. The question is on the penalty. So is that penalty applicable for every time that waste is found in the environment? Or is it that once the waste is found, now you pay the penalty and then you are free for 1 year? How exactly is it going to work? Because some companies might decide it's cheaper to pay the penalty than to innovate on their packaging. So maybe you can answer that, and then I'd like to get some clarity on a different point.
How many questions should I take? How many? I can respond to that one. It's more tough. Now, definitely, you know, you can be taken to court as many times as possible. As the number of crimes you commit. So it is as many times as the crime is committed. However, you know, we believe in the principle of assisted compliance. That is why I'm saying, please make sure you have a plan. Okay? Make sure you have a plan. We don't want to see the producer's items in the environment. Yes. When we get you, you must have a plan. Okay? Then we can start listening to you. But if you don't have a plan, surely that will force us to, will compel us to prosecute. Yes. That's what I'm encouraging you.
Just a follow-up on that. So let's say nobody has a plan, right? Or this company that has a brand doesn't have a plan. They pay the 2 million penalty. Will their product then be prevented from entering the market, or they can continue to keep paying the penalty every time they are caught?
Thank you. It's one of the considerations. Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah.
But my encouragement is everybody, because we are coming for the producers. I can assure you, as early as tomorrow, we are coming. Even before you submit your reports, you know El Nino is coming. We don't want to see these things in the river. So please make sure you have a plan.
Thank you.
Have a plan, so that we are sure that you are taking action. Okay.
My next, I guess it's a clarity that we need, and I'm asking this on behalf of KEPRO. We know that there are multiple PROs. What we don't want is for PROs to compete on the EPR fee. We don't have a problem competing on the membership fee, but if we compete on the EPR fee, there'll be some PROs who will be out there saying, okay, you will be the cheapest for people to comply, and then that money will not be enough to actually help improve or increase the capacity of waste collection, sorting, and recycling. So how will NEMA ensure that we do not compete on the EPR fee?
Thank you. Another good question. That is one of the challenges we are facing because of not having the regulation. Because if the regulation was there, we had the plan was that we register the producers first, and then based on the registration, then a PRO we were to make sure that each PRO has a 30% market share, in which case there could only be 3 PROs, not more than 3. But now, minus the regulation, number one, we are not at the obligation to register people, the producers. But But going through the window, we can register them. Because when you submit your plan, you know the plan is per producer. Of course, if you are a member of a PRO, you just state you are a member, then the PRO will report on the others, the volumes and the recyclers and all that other stuff. But the producer is reporting individually by answering question 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if you're a member of a PRO, you answer all the other questions up to 12. So we will, by October, we will have a register for the producers. And definitely we will give further guidance on how the PROs will operate. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Millicent Gikunjo from Mass Wrigley. Thanks first for the initiative. It's a good one. Just a question around the submission to NEMA that you're talking about. Could you kindly just clarify some more what will be in that submission and how best you will link that to the annual environmental report that we are submitting as industries? Because there appears like a duplication of works. I mean, in the environmental report, we see we do all that. We submit the waste streams, the tonnage and all that. So can that information still be used in this case? Then number two, also I would like to get clarity on the monthly payments. Say, for example, you're subscribing to a PRO, you're a member, and then what's that monthly payment all about?
That's a very important question, because there is some confusion that is that has been there, that you have already hired a waste service provider. I know you have hired the waste management companies, the waste service providers, to transport your waste away. And so one feels that you have already complied with the waste regulations. Yes, partly. And you will not do away with what you have. Actually, we are giving you an extra burden. So that track helps you to comply with certain sections of the Waste Management Act. Every facility, including this one where we are, and this one is not a producer, they are supposed to have a waste management system because they generate waste. So they are supposed to make sure that that waste is carried away. So if you are producing some juice, you are a facility which is producing waste, okay? And so you must have a waste management system within your boundaries, within your walls, okay? So that one, you will continue with it. So what is this PRO thing? PRO is that packet of juice you have produced and placed it in a supermarket in Thika, in Moyale, okay? You need to make sure that you are responsible, according to Section 13, you are responsible for that product and packaging, even at post-consumer level. So when it is consumed in Mandera, it is still yours, okay? Now, the PRO, the EPR scheme, comes to address that issue of your waste. You have given it to the people, you have given it to a county that doesn't have scientists. They don't know what you have, what your packaging is all about. They don't have the technology to manage your waste. Actually, they just employ locals to manage the logistics of movement of waste. But your waste is so complex. And that is why the EPR law came into being to compel you that you have not finished your assignment within your walls. You still have a responsibility for that product and packaging post-consumer, okay? And so you are now operating two schemes of waste management at the institutional level and post-consumer. So for post-consumer, you cannot do it alone. It may be very expensive. That is why we are asking you, please come together, establish a producer responsibility organization, and make sure that you don't just subscribe. We are requesting you, make sure you have powers to hire and fire the staff if they are not delivering. Okay? Make sure you have a voice in that organization by becoming a shareholder. Now, how about your payments? We have left it to the private sector to decide on the payment. Because for you to decide on what each person has to pay, then you have to consider the whole process of waste management. Where will it go? For instance, if somebody has HDP ni ama glass like this, you know, to recycle glass like this is easy because you just clash it and burn it again and you have the glass. But if you have something like diaper, for example, you see it is not easy to deal with that. So where do you take that? You take it to maybe to an incinerator or maybe to the landfill, depending on what kind of product. Now, the person who does the bottles, the moment you have received it from the consumer, you see you can easily sell it. You can sell to the recyclers because they started those factories looking for materials and they want to sell the bottles again. So you can recover some of your money by selling your product. So for glass, for hard plastics, you can easily collect. Once you pay the consumer, the moment they bring it to the collection point, you can sell it. But you cannot do that for the diaper. So the diaper is 100% consumer without recouping your price. And so for the payment, it will depend on all those considerations. Depending on what you have, you can bring the cost down if you are selling what you have collected, okay? But if you are not making any sales, then you have to bear the whole cost of processing that stuff.
Okay, I have another question, Dr. Macharia. This is a PET bottle. I'm Joseph Nyongesa from Institute of Packaging Professionals. This bottle has a cap, has a bottle, and has a label. So you go to the river, because when it reaches the river, it will not be having the cap, it will not be having the label. So when you get the cap, whom am I going to arrest or charge? When you get the bottle, whom am I going to arrest? Most of these bottles are made from generic molds. Maybe if you get my label Nyongesa water, you'll come for me. But most of the time, you'll find that you only have the cap and the bottle. So maybe you can clarify, or the PRO will figure out how to do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. In there is a Chinese saying that you know that Chinese? Yeah, I speak Chinese sometimes. Now we will go for the low hanging fruits. Yes. If it is too difficult to identify the owner of the bottle, of course there will be many other bottles. So we will go for the one that has a label initially. As a lesson to the others. But you know, soon we will be able to know who it is, because you are soon going to report about your bottle. Item number 4 tells you to report on how can we track your material. So you cannot release a bottle to the environment if it is not known who the owner is. So we will start with the low-lying achievements. Yeah.
Okay, this is Tushar from Birko, Africa. First of all, let us take this platform to congratulate you, Dr. E, for your tireless and continuous dedicated efforts to start the sailing of the ship, which was docked for a long time. So thank you. Let's clap for him, please. Yeah. Okay, my question is, say we as a producer, I think majority of the producers will have this question, that if we have given some targets that monthly, say 10 tons, we'll be producing, and in case due to some seasonality factors or due to some contingency, that target either has not achieved or it has gone up. So how it would be complied? Number 2, there might be a lot of counterfeit issues for the growing or the emerging brands. So in case, say, example, any of the brands, once the recycling has been given, what would be the assurance that yes, the counterfeit would be protected and there will not be much issues towards that. So this is one of the 2 pointers which I would like to highlight. Thank you.
Take 2.
So I'm bringing a different perspective. So my name is Catherine Masolia from the We Center. We handle electronic waste safely. So we've already been working with some producers and manufacturers, and they're paying us for safe disposal. So how does this new arrangement change them? Will they now
Thank you. Let me answer those 2 because they are loaded. Now, it is true that maybe putting into the market different volumes of your products and packaging. So how will NEMA know that? Of course, we will need to discuss this with you. So first of all, report. Let's see what you report. Because the good thing is that we will be establishing a multi-agency team to help us deal with this implementation of EPR schemes. Because we are handling even imports, for example, and what you discharge from your factory. So we need to corroborate. We need a lot of triangulation of data. What you tell us and what you pay as tax, we need a system to corroborate that data. So for now, again, we are crawling. We have not started walking. So we will deal with those issues, including the one for counterfeit, as we go along. So we are crawling. For now, we are crawling. Now, the one for PRO for e-waste, yes, I know guys have been dealing directly with you, and you cannot be a PRO. You know, a PRO is the way you are. You have started a company together. You see, big companies, none of you, because you have your companies, you are not willing to partner with your neighbor. After all, it is even partnering with your competitor. Yeah? But the law says, for economies of scale, please work with your competitor because of one keyword called similarity. Similarity of the product, similarity of use of a product, similarity of waste. The waste type is similar. Because of those 3, because those are the foundation of the EPR schemes. That is why you are working with guys who you could not speak to before, but now you have to speak to one another. And so for e-waste, how I see We Center, you are a recycler. You are supposed to be hired to receive from who? From the PRO. Or if somebody declares to NEMA that he wants to go to all the counties and collect their e-waste from there and bring it to you, it's okay. So you are dealing with those 2 categories, either individual or collective schemes. So those are the ones who are supposed to enter into contracts with you. The good thing is that they will do it before, so that you can now be able to plan whether you want to expand your facility early enough, depending on the volumes that you have been promised. But now you will not have direct access to these guys. Instead, you need to float your capacity so that you can be hired. Yeah.
Good morning and thank you, Dr. Ayub, Susan Maingi, Coca-Cola, but also in a PRO. My question is, or clarification, and thank you for the great conversations around this space. My question is, I know we've talked about the producers' responsibilities and roles, and the interventions around that area, but what is the intervention around the consumers? Because again, they play a very big role. I'm a consumer. I will be the one who throw it into the river, but then the producer is penalized. So how do we see ourselves working around the roles and responsibilities of the consumer from the consumer's perspective?
I can take another one.
More. I think this is an opportunity for all our partners to organize another session specifically on EPR, because I think we are going to be here the whole day. So I'll take two last questions from the audience, but there is one more online that you can be taking on that sense. So this goes both to KEPRO and NEMA. Is it in your plan to make subscription mandatory? I think that has been mentioned before, but you can repeat. And is there a green badge as a form of award to compliant organizations?
Thank you, Dr. Ayub Mashari. Always a pleasure seeing you in these events. My name is Priya from King Plastic Industries, and my question is regarding PROs and how we're going to create PROs. If we go sector-wise, if we dissect each PRO towards a sector, then how do we encourage alternatives? For example, in packaging, if you have two sectors, one is in plastic and one is in paper, and the PROs are separate for each sector, then how will we get a price which encourages alternative packaging in paper via plastic if they don't sit on the same table? Because if what my question is, if the PRO is designed by the plastic producer, then of course they will try and make sure the cost is as low as possible, while so no one moves to the alternative to sustain the environment.
Thank you.
So there's one more also online on how the government does promote reverse logistics of waste and shared responsibility with the stakeholders.
Okay, I think my question is more or less the same about Coca-Cola. In a retail industry, what is the role of a retail? Because we dwell a lot in producers. What is our role as we are retailing these products? What is our obligation in regards to that?
Okay, there's a last one here.
Thank you, Dr. Masharia. My question to you is a clarification, right? The system has already been set up. We have been submitting annual reports to NEMA, right? We are part of a PRO where we have been paying our annual membership fee. And now we'll start paying our monthly fee. So when we are starting this process again, do we need to make a new submission to NEMA, then engage my PRO with my volumes and my data again? Like, what's our immediate next step?
All right, Dr. One last one. What plans are there to standardize recycled plastics, that's flakes and pellets, supplied to converters regardless of technologies used?
Come again? I didn't hear that.
What plans are there to standardize recycled plastics, that's flakes and pellets, supplied to converters regardless of the technologies used?
Oh, I got so many questions. Now, let me start with the one by Coca-Cola. The issue of the consumers. There are three areas of addressing the consumers. Of course, I agree that for the new order, that we don't want to see you in the environment. We don't want to see you in the river, because only the government is supposed to be in the river, not the producers. for that one, we know that there is misbehavior. There is a behavior problem with our people. And the Sustainable Waste Management Act has provided that everybody, all of us, including institutions like this one, you are supposed to segregate your waste at source into 3 categories. Hazardous as one basket, then all the other non-hazardous dry waste into another basket, and the wet, the organics, in another basket. Those 3. And these 3, they are supposed to be given to a waste service provider. That is what is provided for the individual level, even an institution like this. So you don't need to invest any further. Just invest in bins, segregate your waste, then give it to a waste service provider. If one doesn't do that, definitely it means that they could be littering. Okay? So if you are caught littering, what we have done in the last 2 weeks, we have devolved the crime of littering to the regular police. Because we have more than 100,000 police officers in this country. So we want to synergize. NEMA is synergizing with the police. And we have given them 6 areas to handle. One of them being littering, the other one being open burning of waste. They will also be dealing with that. They will also be dealing with the plastic bag. So now we know NEMA officers don't have to move to Moyare to chase a polythene bag. The police who are there, we have empowered them to deal with that bag. The other one is noise. The other one is constructing at night. That is number 5. You are supposed to construct from 8 to 5, not beyond 5 o'clock. And then, because you make noise, that is part of noise. Construction and noise are the same. And then the last one is discharge into the environment. So those residential areas, residential plots that have small rivers emanating from them to the environment, discharging, that will now be enforced by the regular police. And what NEMA is doing, we have taken a step back to be monitoring them. So every time now we go out there, if I go out there enforcing, my first stop will be at the nearest police station. So that I walk around to see whether there is any water being discharged into the environment, if there are any polythene bags around. And then I go to the inspector of police and I tell him, hey, your officers are not working. We gave you these 6 items and this crime is rampant here. And definitely they will mount operations to make sure that these issues are addressed. So what you can see is that the issue of littering, those of you who sweep your houses and because there is a heap outside there, you just place it there, you are on notice. The police will get you and you'll be fined. Okay? And that addresses the issue of making sure that the consumers have some behavior change. Because if you don't behave properly, you'll be charged by the police and the Aurova. The other issue is if we come to your house with the county government and we ask you a question, prove to us that your waste goes to a waste service provider, because that is one way of ensuring that we don't litter. This may go to RAD roads. So RAD roads need to prove that they have a contract with the waste service provider. That way we are sure that the waste from that plot, it went for proper disposal through a waste service provider. And of course, the third intervention is the incentives. So even if the consumer throws a bottle out of the window from a moving vehicle and the policeman was not there, the collection service fee, which will be paid by the PROs, is an incentive to make sure that that bottle is quickly picked because somebody will make money out of it. So those 3 areas will make sure that your items are not found in the environment. Okay? And we hope that when you are creating awareness, you will reinforce these 3 areas that NEMA has put in place. That you be arrested by the regular police, you don't have to wait for a NEMA officer, and you have to segregate at source, and landlords should have a receipt, and then you are giving incentives. So that way we feel that you are safe, your product will not be found in the river. Now, subscriptions. Fortunately for now, without the regulation, you will not subscribe to the government. The government will not ask you for anything. Even when you report, we will receive your report without payment, okay? Because the regulation is not there. Now, where will you subscribe? You will subscribe to the PRO, because you must make sure that your organization is working. Yesterday, I had some visitors from Danida, and they were saying that one PRO was begging Danida to give them some funding to cater for the secretariat, because guys had refused to join. Okay, they could not finance their secretariat, and so I think that is the reason why, because there will be administrative costs. You need to pay subscription fee. You need to register. You need to pay subscription. Of course, little money, because you are the shareholder of the company. Even if you decide it is 5 shillings, it is based on how you have calculated your the cost of your operations. But there will be the bigger fee. The bigger fee is called the EPR fee. The EPR fee will be based on the toxicity of your product, of your packaging, okay? Because there are so many things that need to be done. We need to hire trucks to move your waste around. Maybe it is not sellable, like this glass. Maybe it is diapers. I'm just using diapers as an example. And so you need to pay for everything. So the bulk of your payment will be on EPR fee. The good thing with the EPR fee is that it is volume based, such that if you are a small scale SME dealing with packaging honey, your volume will be very little. And so you are supposed to pay very little EPR fee. Okay? So that's where the variation is. But all these figures will be determined by you, because you are a shareholder in the PRO. That is why I'm insisting, don't subscribe, be a shareholder, so that you can make decisions. Will we give anything for compliance? Yes, definitely. You know, so many people may be waiting to see what will happen. You know, Kenyans have that attitude. Eh? So what will happen when you submit your report? Of course, NEMA will give you something. We don't receive and give you nothing. We must give you something. And that something is the one you use when you enter the port of Mombasa with your truck road, a container, a ship road of vehicles, and you want to introduce them to the Kenyan market. You'll be asked the question, are you a member of a PRO? Yeah? If you are not, you may be stranded there for a few minutes looking for the vehicle PRO so that you quickly join. Okay? So that you are allowed to offload. The same case with somebody who is bringing Metuba. You'll be asked the same question. So that document by NEMA is very important, because you will use it to continue operating, to be sure that you are not polluting the environment. Now, about the alternatives, I think this is where we said now the focus of this meeting is about design, eco-design. Eco-design means even alternatives, isn't it? So how will this come? Of course, because we have started from downstream, we expect that the cost, we will smoke out some of you. Some of the producers will be smoked out to think alternatives because of the money that will be asked for from the PROs for managing their their products and packaging. So the discussion about alternatives is going to start now. And it is driven by incentives and disincentives. The other one is promote reverse logistics for waste. Whoa, I don't understand what that is. Somebody, I need help there. Fortunately, I see Kenya Association of Recyclers. You are here, you understand this reverse logistics.
In a challenge with licensing, where you have your logistics, your transporters who are transporting your goods and then license them to bring back the waste. For example, it can happen for, say, bottles or certain waste materials. I think that's where the reverse logistics comes in. So you can take a product to Kisumu, but then because most of the recyclers are in Nairobi, the same truck to be utilized to return the waste material, and I think around licensing.
Thank you. Please, I would request that for this reverse logistics, I have had that discussion from Coca-Cola before, where their truck going to Mandera can come back with their bottles. Please, this is the opportune time to ask, to make that request. And I hope that we will invite you when we are designing the new licenses, so that you give us that, we engage in that discussion. I think it is possible, because we can anchor on Section 2 of the Act, which says that the minister has a right to redesignate some products that were considered waste before to be redesignated as not waste. Okay, so it is possible to do that. Now, the other one is the role of retailers. Retailers, you are scot-free, because you don't own those products. You don't own anything. You are just selling. Okay? They are owned. The label, the one who owns the label is the one responsible. So retailers, we don't want you at all. Yes. You have a follow-up question? Yeah, there? You produce. Then the moment you produce, you become a producer. Yes. Then you are in. I said, if you are a retailer, don't produce your own item, or repackage, or refill. Don't rebrand. If you buy sugar with in that karai, the container, and then you repackage, then you are a producer. You are in it. Yeah. But if it is just pressing, somebody comes and places, then you are not in this. So something like these supermarkets, because they have sugary blended as belonging to that supermarket, you are a producer for that reason, for only that product. Okay? Yeah. Yes.
Then they can relax. They don't need to worry if the items are found there. Is it true that it's the PRO that will be held responsible once you're a member? I think you can relax. I think that would be a good benefit of being a PRO, especially when it starts working, in the sense that you're actually paying the EPR fees and the like, if we get there. And the other thought that I have is what I saw in Germany is when the PRO is formed, there's elaborate systems for data collection. And it's very open. What you have produced versus what is being collected, it should be very open. And I think eventually when we get there and the PRO is working as it should, we will not have to worry about the consumers behaving in a certain way, because the PRO will have the money to create the kind of awareness that's required and to do the kind of collection that it needs to do, so the manufacturer can at least a bit rest easy.
Thank you. Unfortunately, in Kenya, you will not relax. Yes, because the obligation is yours, and it cannot be delegated. You delegate the what do you call it? The execution, but not the obligation. The obligation is yours. So if I find Coca-Cola bottles in the river, I will first of all hold her responsible. Now, she'll be the one to bring in the PRO, and both now will be prosecuted. Yes. The obligation is on the producer. So there is no resting. That is why we are discouraging subscribing. Yes, don't subscribe. Be a shareholder so that immediately you can hold the CEO of the PRO responsible. You ask her or him why your product is in the environment. But like I said, we are not. We also live in Kenya. You know, Rome was also not built in a day, and so we will be there to listen to you. As I said, we have enhanced compliance, assisted compliance, but we need a plan. We need a plan. Okay. We will not allow you to do nothing, and then we have those bottles in the river. So please make sure you bring us your plan. Yes, Sarah, follow-up question.
I need clarity on behalf of the retailers. So we have, let me take an example of Ezone on Westland Square. They bring in electronics, some funny, not funny products, very good products. We have blenders, heaters from France. And those people don't have a mother company here. We have HP, which no longer have an official distributor in the country. We have like 1,000 of them. So who will you hold the responsible? Will you hold Textbook Center responsible for introducing the HP product, or you'll send the letter to HP in the US, or for other products, and especially this I'm talking about electronics, who are you going to hold responsible, Ezone or the mother producer?
Good question. Unfortunately, I'm crawling, so I may not have an answer for that, but because I'm crawling. Wait until I am able to walk and to talk, and then I will respond to that one. Okay? Now, can I go to the next one? The issue of submissions to NEMA. Now, of course, some of the producers, not all of them, they report to the NEMA through the audits, the annual audits. You will continue with that, because the audit is about what is happening within your fence, within the boundaries of where you operate. Eh? But then you also need to report about the products that go to the consumers, the post-consumer, what you are doing. And that one, we have made it simple for you. If you decide to have it to be in a collective scheme, what you are reporting is just your volumes. Okay, what volumes did you introduce into the environment? So the rest of the answers will be given by the PRO. Yes, so you are not supposed to bother so much with the reporting. Yours is just, we would like to know that you are still there. Yes, that one is important, that you are still active in Kenya and that you are still introducing things. But the other questions will be answered by the PRO. That is why you wanted to answer question 1 to 4. Now, the issue of standardizing of things. Good question, but again, that is another level. You know, that is now midstream. It's the midstream intervention, which I said is coming tomorrow. Today we are downstream, okay? But then we know that there is need for standardization. Of course, the first thing that we have asked for is give us your label. What kind of product do you have? Are you dealing with? Is it labeled? Can we track it in the environment? And then the second level is now, if we have all this, what kind of standards are we talking about? So we will discuss that later. Yes.
All right. is it afternoon? No, good morning. My name is Nyagechi Albert. Hi, Nyongesa. From Kenya Bureau of Standards. Naturally, we have to be in such setups. Now, with regard to the resins, RPET, we do have already specifications and requirements which are at public review for recycled PET. Remember, even when you have a recycled product, this product has to meet certain standards. So even as you're looking at the circular economy, you have to bear in mind that at the end side is the standards. So we're always there watching and waiting. Thank you. But maybe we'll engage some more later, but I just wanted to say that with RPET, which we are discussing, we're already in discussions with the technical committee on plastics, and we have standards which are at public inquiry stage. Thank you.
Great. I think we will be planning another session specifically on EPR because we can't exhaust all those questions today in a very limited time. Yet we also need to go on a deep dive on the design guidelines and also listen and hear from some of the trailblazers who are already taking action on the ground by redesigning and rethinking their products in order to help us swiftly the transition to a circular economy for plastic packaging and to ensure that they don't end up in the environment, but they are kept in the system. For now, I would like to welcome you for a quick cup of tea. Yes. To welcome you for a quick cup of tea. That's going to be 15 to 20 minutes. Once I call, please come back. We shall have more networking time over lunchtime. For now, allow me to welcome you all to please give a very loud of applause for Dr. Ayub for being very resilient to our very hard questions and leading us into the right direction and always showing up, Daktari. We don't take that for granted. Another round of applause, and then please welcome for tea. Let's make it a bit quick. We shall talk a little bit more on a networking basis during lunchtime. Karibuni sana.
Plastic. We take, make, use, throw. And our beaches, forests, wildlife pay the price. But there's another way. We are bringing together businesses, the government, policymakers, NGOs, all united under a common vision to create a circular economy for plastic. A country where plastic never becomes waste.
We can continue to use them, but they continue to be innovated and made into products that keep being used. And so we keep them away, but also get rid of plastics that we don't need, and those that we need, we continue to recycle.
From the household level, how you separate your waste and make sure that that waste that end up for landfill matter. How a company that you make sure that your product after you do the production, you end up a consumer, and eventually, of course, you go back to where it should go, to the hands of recyclers. That matters.
Together, we can eliminate the plastics we don't need, innovate so the plastics we need are reusable, recyclable, and circulate the plastics to keep them in the economy and out of the environment.
I see our role of KEPRO as being much more focused on implementation of the PRO and the extended producer responsibility scheme on the ground, right? We can bring members into the organization. Members know exactly where their money is being spent. We go on the ground to recyclers, collectors, and sorters and provide them that subsidy support. But we can't do this without policy change, national behavior change. Hearts and minds have to be one. International partners have to be brought in. That is where KPP, the Kenya Plastic Pact, can play a massive role. KPP has got the international support of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and KEPRO basically is right here on the ground, in the trenches, taking waste out of the environment. So we fit really well together.
Let's ditch our throwaway culture and create a smarter, cleaner, and a circular economy for plastic.
The reason why we must ensure that we have circularity in the economy is so that we are able to conserve the environment and also regenerate the natural resources that we require for future. Businesses cannot succeed in failing societies or environments that do not thrive.
Together, we can inspire others to do the same. Kenya has already embarked on the journey, but we need to go further.
We need to look into being more innovative in regard to how we dispose the waste coming out of our outlets, how we engage with our consumers in terms of how we are packaging for them, engaging with our manufacturers in regard to how we are packaging the goods that we are getting from the manufacturer to ensure that there is reduced use of primary resources from the environment, and ensuring that as we go forward, we are becoming more sustainable in everything that comes into our outlets and leaves our outlets.
The Kenya Plastic Pact is that particular other approach that will engage the private sector and again show them that they are part of the conversation. We're not enemies here. We're working towards the same goals.
What I'd encourage all the private sector is to join the Kenya Plastic Pact. We will help you to understand what you need to do with your companies, what you need to do with your products, and how you can also start new businesses.
Join us. Sign up to the Kenya Plastics Pact, and together we can unite and change the story. We can make a difference.
So my name is James Odongo. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer at the Kenya Extended Producer Responsibility Organization. This is a producer responsibility organization that came into being following the Kenya Plastic Action and the ban of the single-use plastic back in 2016. So we've been in operation since March 2021, and within that space we've had quite some good milestones. We've managed to recycle over 7,500 tons of flexible plastic, and managed to pay a total of up to 70 million on subsidies to the different recyclers we've contracted. Of course, based on the reach we have, we are currently present in 31 counties. And of course, as we wait for the gazettement of the regulations, the EPR regulations, we expect to expand our reach to really accelerate Kenya's realization of a circular economy through promotion of a recycling ecosystem and incentivizing separation of waste at source and sustainable waste management practices. So our membership is really broad, and we allow for membership from across the different actors throughout the waste value chain. We have members, currently we have a total of around 450 members, spanning across the brand owners, packaging users, waste recyclers, waste pickers, as well as other interested parties within the members of the public. Within the space of the Fair Recycling Project, this is a build-up to a conversation we've had with the Danish Refugee Council for quite a while now. And so KEPRO committed itself to the project as a technical resource entity, and more particularly towards ensuring a just transition as far as incorporation of informal waste pickers and waste collectors within the respective refugee camps. And of course, within that space, we are also offering technical support in terms of creation of awareness on separation of waste at source and sustainable waste management practices. We're also looking at providing a lot of technical input on how to incentivize and ensure waste management is done in a sustainable manner within areas of operation for DRC. Sadly, the Kenyan ecosystem as far as waste management is concerned is largely informal, and the operations of waste recyclers and waste management in the country heavily relies on the said informal waste pickers and collectors. And so understanding that, we are working a lot with the Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers to not only sensitize the waste pickers on how best to formalize their businesses, but also rolling out technical input and resources for the waste pickers to understand and integrate them into the formal recycling ecosystem. Further, we are also going into the space of operating material recovery facilities, which would ensure a just transition for the waste pickers, such that while we are formalizing and greening our planet, we are also creating formal and really relevant employment opportunities for the different waste pickers to ensure that theirs is a dignified opportunity for employment as opposed to continuously operating as an informal ecosystem. We understand the pivotal role of women in the waste ecosystem and the larger recycling ecosystem. If you go to most dump sites and material recovery facilities, the bulk of the workers are usually women. And so what we've noticed and what we are really trying to do is do a lot of research and fact-finding on issues around gender within the waste ecosystem. And so within that space, our board and our other partners are in conversations to see how to roll out a gender mainstreaming program to ensure that waste pickers are not treated in a manner that is dehumanizing as far as gender is concerned. And even in terms of support for operations, we give a lot more prominence to community-based organizations that are women-led. So we offer support in terms of PPEs and financial support as far as capacity building to be able to make a business case for their operations. For fair recycling, we see it as an opportunity to essentially accelerate and of course, giving credence to DRC, really playing a part in accelerating the conversation for Kenya moving from a linear economy to a recycling economy and further down to a circular economy. And so such programs and really feeds into KEPRO's strategic mandate and core values on commitment and collaboration between the different actors. And so for us, the fair recycling is really a unique opportunity and an exciting one because it is an uncharted space and looking at how refugee camps and really the vulnerable populations within our societies are able to benefit from waste because essentially for us, waste is wealth.
Fair Recycling Project. Reduce, reuse, and recycle with dignity.
Can't go? Do this. Fiber helps you poop, right? Nope. What about drinking lots of water? Nope.
You've probably seen this woman talking about constipation before. She seems to know what she's talking about.
It's kind of surprising, but diarrhea is actually a form of constipation. It's weird, right?
Wait, what? I didn't know that.
Kenya Extended Producer Responsibility Organization is an initiative bringing together players in the waste value chain to address post-consumer waste in Kenya. Our aim is to increase national awareness and protect Kenya's natural environment from waste and pollution. Our core values are 1. Collaboration, 2. Commitment, 3. Circularity. KEPRO membership benefits include 1. Representation on KEPRO board to shape strategy, governance, advocacy. 2. Increase education, awareness, and growth of ethical and sustainable recycling ecosystem and circular economy companies. 3. Readiness for EPR regulatory compliance, reliable NEMA mass flows reporting, and take-back bin locations at retail outlets. 4. Authorized use of KEPRO QR code to support compliance, reporting, and sorting. 5. Platform to engage in recycling and recycled product innovation. 6. Platform to engage in circular packaging innovation from design, filling, retail, consumption, collection, sorting, and recycling. 7. Platform to recognize impact activities and innovation to achieve clean environment. 8. Reduce cost and increase yield of recycling due to KEPRO source segregation. 9. Access to technical education, best practices, innovation incubator, and sustainable packaging standards. 10. EPR fee based on sector and material fraction to contribute to its recycling capacity growth. Who can sign up for KEPRO? All stakeholders in the packaging and recycling value chain can sign up to be a KEPRO member, including raw material suppliers, converters, manufacturers, packers, feelers, importers, retail traders, waste collectors, sorters, and recyclers. To sign up, email us on membership@kepro.co.ke to receive information on the registration process and membership fee applicable. KEPRO, collaboration, commitment, circular economy.
KEPRO is the Kenya Extended Producer Responsibility Organization. It was founded in October 2020 as a result of the Kenya Plastic Action Plan. The Kenya Plastic Action Plan was essentially an initiative of KM Kenya Association of Manufacturers, which was to engage with the government, with Ministry of Environment and NEMA to show that as a private sector, we can manage the waste problem, the waste pollution of plastic in the environment. The solution to manage that was to set up a PRO, and that became KEPRO. So KEPRO is really the Kenya's producer responsibility organization, and its mandate is to implement something called an extended producer responsibility scheme. This scheme allows all the stakeholders, meaning the raw material suppliers, the packaging manufacturers, converters, the packaging users, the retail companies where the products are packaged goods are being made available, even the supply chain operators, and then all the people in the waste management economy, the collectors, sorters, and recyclers. This is the entire circle through which the raw material moves, the packaging material moves. And as long as all these stakeholders become members of KEPRO and contribute some membership fee and EPR fee to KEPRO, KEPRO can then take this money and raise awareness, improve sort of policy adoption in Kenya, achieve that transition that I was mentioning from linear to recycling to circular. And then a lot of this money is used to subsidize the companies which are in the waste collection, sorting and recycling, because a lot of them are informal. So they need a lot of support in order to grow the recycling ecosystem in Kenya. So in a nutshell, that is what KEPRO does, that we collect money from the people who are benefiting from packaged goods in the environment, and then we redistribute that money, like Robin Hood, to the people who are needing it to grow the recycling ecosystem.
For a long time, we regarded nature as nothing more than a source of natural richness. We are converting raw materials into marketable products, and at the end of their life cycle, they become waste. But as we increasingly adopt a circular economy, we are seeing a rise in social entrepreneurs who are converting waste to value. Today, we bring you the story of green pavers converting plastic waste into affordable and sustainable building materials.
We turn waste plastic into affordable construction material. We convert raw plastic into fencing posts. We convert the plastic into driveway blocks, solar roofing tiles, and we convert that plastic into walkway slabs. What we are trying to demonstrate here is the value of waste into the bigger construction industry.
We are currently into building blocks, which are interlocking blocks, which is quite easy in terms of labor. That's our facile. It's easy in terms of labor. It's adequately improved from the environment. It doesn't rot when it comes to adverse weather. It doesn't, the termites don't get to it. Its longevity is well advanced because we use it in terms of walling, and then we have the roofing tiles. So in general, being the green aspect of it, it doesn't get well affected with the weather environment.
And we got a model where we've got like about 600 youth, a lot of them being street families. We are trying to rehabilitate to make them useful and to get them how to earn a decent living. out of waste collection.
Mimi kabla nikuja hapa nilikuwa shamba boy, na hii kampuni imenibadilishia maisha. Naweza pata chakula hapa, naweza lipa rent, nasaidia wazazi kutoka hapa. Niko na bibi na watoto nawalisha kutoka kwa hii kazi. So ni kazi imenisaidia pakubwa sana katika maisha yangu. Kuendelea mbele, ningeomba Mungu akinisaidia, nikitoka hapa niko na skills, nimejifunza vitu mingi, kufix stima, kuoperate machine, maintenance, kitu ambapo sikuwa najua, nimejifunzia hapa hivi.
Currently, we lift about 100 tons of plastic monthly, and that goes into creating employment, addressing waste management, curbing slum proliferation, and also giving a platform to access affordable energy.
Kwangu mimi sioni uchafu hapa, maana pesa ile nitapata hapa kwa hii kazi chafu ni hiyo pesa hiyo yule mwingine atapata. Hakuna pesa tofauti itakuja ya kazi chafu na pesa ya kazi safi. Ni hiyo moja tu, tunatumia watu wote.
But when you talk about the plastic recycled roofing tile, we're talking of a product that will last guaranteed 40 years, a product that will not be affected by corrosion. That's places that have acidic kind of environment, places that have too much rain or heat, and also where it's extremely hot, it absorbs heat. Plastic, remember, it's been made under 300 degrees Celsius of heat. So by the time this weather of ours of 40 degrees or 50 degrees, say extreme, even if it's negative of 15 degrees, it's quite impossible for that to penetrate in.
Recycling will actually change the environment we are in today and transform lives, because as a social entrepreneur, my role is to transform a social challenge into an opportunity. That can only be done with an integrated society where government, private sector, NGO, financial institutions all come together to chase a common goal. That is the way to go, and then encourage KEPRO to take the lead, to bring everybody on board, to see to it that really recycling as a practice is entrenched within the curriculum that we learn in higher education systems.
Taka ni mali. Taka ni mali. Taka ni mali.
Basically what we're doing is recycling PET plastics. I'm talking about these ones. Yeah, you know, like we have around 7 types of plastics. So for our company, basically we deal with PET, which is polyethylene terephthalate. It's number 1 polymer.
The PET plastic, it's definitely on the rise. The consumption is on the rise because of the nature of its use. It's mostly used for food and beverages, And with COVID, it's definitely been even more consumed because of the use with the sanitizer bottles and the hand wash bottles. So it's definitely had a bigger impact on the environment.
Basically, what happens around is we receive a good number of deliveries from across the country. We have over 400 collection points across the country. First of all, we do the quality check. Once the truck is here, we do the quality check to see whether we have the non-PET, the metals, and other types of plastic that we don't recycle. So once we do the quality check, we sort them out color-wise. We have the blue, the clear, and other colors so that we can be able to bale the plastic color-wise.
To collect the amount that we have right now, it's taken us about 2 years to formalize the value chain, create education and awareness around the recyclability and telling people that this is not waste.
What do you have on a plastic? Paper, glue, what else? Color, what else? Yeah, so we have those different items. We have the sleeves, we have the closure, which we protect the what is inside. We also have additives. We also have the adhesives. So there are different components of a plastic material. And when you look at this different material, you'll find that some of these components is what makes these items recyclable or not recyclable. So no. Okay, so what we did was we looked at all these components and trying to see which of these components actually makes the plastic not recyclable. So, and one step we did is to actually define what recyclable is, because when you look at the National Waste Management Act, it doesn't define the word recyclable. So what we did as a group, we defined it, but we used the benchmark of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation definition to actually agree on what we mean by recyclable. And for that, we say that a material is recyclable if it is able to be sorted, to be collected, and be recycled, and at scale. I think the important word here is at scale. So, and then we embarked on now coming to be able to develop this design for recycling guidelines for the different components of our plastic material. And basically, this design for recycling guidelines, it's not a law or maybe a policy, a regulation, a mandatory guideline, but it's a, what is it called? Voluntary. It's voluntary, okay. But it's good that some people have been able to adopt it and also adopt some of the items and also maybe some of the recommendations that we have been able to provide, and they'll be speaking up later on in this discussion. So it's just to provide a recommendation for decision makers. And a decision maker here is at different level. At a company level, if you're the technical person in terms of production, you could be that decision maker. So it guides you in terms of also supporting your company to be able to move towards this. And the way the design guidelines have been developed, so it's a guideline and we have put ratings. You see, like a traffic light. When it's green, it says you go. But then when it's green, when it's red, it says you do not go. What happens when it's red and you go? Never catches you. Yeah, but right now it will not catch you because it's not yet a law. But we are hoping that with this kind of engagement later on, we'll have it as a law, and then they'll put a 60-day notice for you people to be able to comply. But right now we are trying to support each other, like Dr. Macharia was talking about assisted compliance. So we are trying to see how can we be able to even comply before that. So for this, for the different components, so we have provided a design guidelines for different components. When you look at the color, there's a color we are proposing that this is fully recyclable and the ones that are very problematic. Okay, so for the different components, we have the different ratings and providing guidance or maybe a recommendation in terms of which one is green, and the ones that is green, we are saying that is fully compatible with this, with the current recycling system. Okay, and then when you go to yellow, this means that it is recyclable but a different application. Okay, so maybe like when you're talking about a barrier or a coating, because a PET bottle has a barrier, because at the end of the day we want to protect, once we have the plastic, we want to protect it from externalities like maybe the UV rays or maybe the oxygen getting into the bottle and interfering with the product. So at the end of the day, you'll try to use what? A barrier or a coating. But then this coating, we are recommending different levels of concentration or maybe the weight. Like maybe when you're talking about maybe a coating like ethylene vinyl alcohol, which is called the EVO, This is not a chemistry class, but we'll be able to just try to understand in terms of some of these items. So we are talking about now, when it comes to yellow, we are saying at this concentration, like maybe at less than 5% in weight of that barrier, it is okay to, it can be recycled. Yes, it's good that probably if you have an alternative, that could be in green. But then if you put yellow, if you put it at 5%, then it can be recycled. But when you have it at more than 5%, then it becomes problematic in the sense that when you are recycling it, and the recyclers will tell you, during extrusion process, it actually develops some yellowish color on the plastic item that you are recycling. So then it reduces the value and also maybe even the purpose of what you're trying to do. And when you're coming to the rating for red, now for the traffic light, this one is now don't go there. So this actually denotes materials that are generally not compatible with the recycling system. And recyclers will tell you that products that have these items, we really don't want to have it in our recycling system. Let's take, for example, an additive, maybe like calcium carbonate. Recyclers will tell you that when it's there in an HDPE bottle, what will happen is that once you, during the wash system, it sinks. So you see, you had put your weight of your plastic material to be 5 kilos, but you find in the end that 3 kilos is what? The additive, the calcium carbonate, okay? Ini kama ile when you're going to buy potatoes, and then they have arranged it in a way that you think it's full, but then in between there's what? Have you experienced that? So now for a business that becomes very challenging. So when we look at that, the guidelines for the different polymers, like maybe the HDPE and also for the PET, because currently we have actually developed for 2 items. But later on, I've had that proposition that WWF will also support us and DI to develop the other. So maybe during lunchtime, let's try to rally them and also ensure that at the end of the day, they give us more money as a team to be able to develop for others. So we'll continue to develop for PET thermoforms, for PP, and also for other materials that probably will be able to, we can even go to flexibles. We'll be able to agree on that during the meeting and also see which ones are prioritized. Okay, and again, this is actually a working document that we'll be able to still continue working on. And also today, the feedback we get from this meeting, we'll be able to feed into the final document, because it's in version 1. Let's go to version 2 of the same one, and then we get to see how it goes. So I hope we are good up to there in terms of the ratings. So you'll find these ratings, and also as we go through those suggested recommendation, probably from a recycler and also from a producer, we can try to see which one we can be able to achieve faster and which ones probably we might need to, or what is missing and what is there. So I'll just go it in brief because I think also of time, and also this document is actually available on our website, and this thing has refused. The cow has refused. It has agreed. Okay. So for this one, as you see, this is actually for the plastic, for the PET. And you see in terms of how it has been arranged, you have tried to look at the different components of a plastic. So when you're talking about even the material and material combination, you see like a plastic that is made of PET. Yes, please. Yeah, let's zoom in terms of, you can go up and then you zoom in just as we go down. Good. Is that good now? Yes. I see your neighbor has specs, so I'm thinking he's laughing at you because you can't see. Yeah, so like I was saying, we are looking at the different like material and material combination. We are looking at a bottle. It's the main material could be a PET, okay, and then there are other materials or maybe polymers that are part of that bottle. And you are saying if a bottle is made of PET, and then we have another component that is also made of PET, then for a recycler, that's easy for them to be able to recycle and all that. And also, if you have the HDPE also, I think it should be around green or yellow, because you can be able to separate it easily, and then it is easily separable and also recyclable. But then the problem is having PET with other components of PVC. And when you're looking at even the PVC sleeves, that is one of the items I was telling you about. A certain recycler who had waste. You see, it's quite a paradox. You see, they have waste, and one of the items they were talking about is a waste to them. Once they finalize their production process, it's PVC, because PVC, as you know, it's made of in terms of even the what it produces, vinyl chloride, which is even harmful to the soils, and also the fumes that probably comes when you try to burn it. So we are talking now in terms of, even when it comes to the EPR, we'll have so many products and we'll be able to collect a lot of products. But then the challenge will be if we're able to collect all these products, but then your company A has a PET bottle with PVC. The other one has PET with maybe paper. Another one has PV. So it will become chaotic, even for in terms of even the cost of now processing that material to recycle. So again, if we are able to harmonize this kind of material combinations and also some of these components, it makes it easier. And also the good thing is it might also reduce your fee to the PRO, because it will not be very hard for them to be able to manage your products after you put it in the market. Again, when you're looking at the issues of barriers and coatings, like I had mentioned before, when you look at the EVO, which is ethylene vinyl alcohol, it's usually put in PET, like I said, to protect it from external forces. These forces include the UV and also oxygen coming in also. So we usually have some barriers and coatings for that purposes. So if you are a brand here and you are using that kind of a PET barrier and coating, and you know it is more than 5% in terms of the weight, then that's a challenge. Because like I said previously, during the process of extrusion, what happens is that it causes some yellowing, and also I understand it causes some bubbles at some point in that process. So this is what we are trying to propose. And also when you're talking about the closures, what you put in on your PET to protect whatever is inside, the ones that are made of PP, HDPE and other materials with a density that is less than 1 grams per cubic meter, because at this point, when you're doing during the wash process also, and also when you're processing your waste, what happens is that PP and HDPE and PET, they have different densities. So what happens is some remains up and then others go down, so you're able to separate it at that point. So it's not that very problematic. But then when you have closure that are made of PVC, like I said, PVC, I think it's the most harmful plastic polymer in the world, because of the different harmful things it does to the environment. So having a PVC also closure and the closures, what happens is that they don't have variation in terms of the density. So what happens is they both mix at that point. They don't separate like the ones for PP. Again, when you're talking about the colors, I think this is very important and also a quick win. And also in the house, you have seen some brands that have been able to move away from colored bottles and also colored products. And in one of the conversation where Akshay was there, he was providing a solution to the government. When you look at the different waste receptacles, now we are going to have the different receptacles in different colors, okay? Then for recyclers' point of view, it becomes problematic because it's different colors. And then when you're going to recycle, you see, for color, it's actually a very big problem because there's blue, there's yellow. Then what is the end product? A rainbow, okay. But then if you have a clear bottle, I'm just saying not rainbow per se, but when you have maybe a clear bottle or maybe one color, then it becomes easier. So I think Akshay was proposing if you have the receptacles being all green, but then just a section of that receptacle, you write maybe in green you write organic, or maybe you like paper. You see. Yes. Yes. One color.
The receptacle should be black. So it's a black bin or a black bag, because when you mix various colors, it's easy to make it black. It's very difficult to make it into any other color except black. So the receptacle must be black. Then you can print on the receptacle using water-based ink, because that again can easily come out in the recycling of the receptacle. A white, like a white block. And then on the white block, now you can put green, yellow, red, whatever color is codifying the thing that should be inside that receptacle. If we start putting receptacles which are going to be in green, yellow, blue, red, whatever, all of those receptacles will have to be made out of virgin material. And that means that the recycled material will have one less home to go to.
Yes, I think that's very clear. Also, especially coming from the horse's mouth. And I think that's a very brilliant observation and also suggestion. So I hope for the brands here, we are going to move away from the maybe heavily pigmented packaging. I know for some of the items, like maybe pharmaceuticals, it could be somehow problematic because you really want to package maybe a drug in a very transparent or maybe very translucent packaging, because it will be affected by the sun rays, okay? And also, yeah, so for pharmaceuticals, it could be very problematic. My friend in crime, I don't know where he is right now. Yeah, he's coming. Yeah, so again, also when you're talking about labels, no, I didn't say this, let me say it now. So for packaging, it serves different purposes. Functionality and also protection. Functionality in the sense that brands will always want to advertise or maybe make their products very unique, okay? So what they do, they go to the extent of putting quite a very elaborate labels. Like you see that Choco Premium there. You might not even know what is inside. Like it has quite a very big label. Like the whole part of it is it's a label or a sleeve. Okay, so that is very problematic for packaging or maybe for the recyclers. So why can't we just be able to maybe, if you can just maybe put the name Choco Primo, and then again, you just write the expiry date. We don't need all those information, but then again, it's for marketing, okay? So marketing also provides that challenge in terms of items that we really don't need, or maybe they are problematic for the packaging. But I know it's competition. Like in the room, probably we have brands with different water bottles, or maybe water producing, or maybe brands, and they might try to outcompete themselves, okay? But for the purpose of the environment, if we can come together and maybe decide that let's move in this direction, we can be able to achieve our sales, and we can also achieve better things for our environment. Okay. Yeah, so because I also remember, without naming a brand, there's a brand that prepares milk, and in terms of maybe the consumer preference, they might not want a milk, like you see, you don't want your milk in a transparent bottle because it doesn't look good, or maybe it doesn't look good when you refrigerate it. So again, consumers really play a lot in terms of destroying our environment by pushing the producers to be able to put these problematic plastic items, or maybe components of the plastic, into the market. So I'll not go through all of it, maybe because of time, but we have all these components, just discussing which ones we're proposing, which ones we don't want, like maybe the inks, like what Akshay was talking about. There are those inks that they are not water-based, or maybe when you're talking about, there are some that bleeds. So we are looking at water-based inks to be able to have them into our products, so that it may be able to be washed away easily. And also when you're talking about labels and also adhesives, when you look at an adhesive, when you put a label with adhesive that sticks quite very hard, and maybe it's on paper, during the wash process, the recycler will use a lot of time and also money just to be able to wash all this paper from that plastic, to be able to have that final product, to be able to start recycling it. So it becomes expensive for them. So what you're suggesting is we move away from this kind of seals and also adhesives, so that we are able to achieve better recycling rates. So the same, we've done the same for the HDPE. This document can be, so it's quite a comprehensive document. This is just, what is it called? A brief of it in terms of the summary. But when you look at the actual document, like when you're talking about the inks, we provide more information in terms of why this ink, we've put it in green, why this ink, we have put it in red, and why, and what we are proposing, and also what we need to move into. So the same we have done, it's quite similar in terms of the structure, and also in terms of the items we are looking at, the material combination, barriers and coatings, the caps, and which ones we prefer, and also which ones we do not prefer, and which ones we don't want to have it in our market. And also this because also we have been able to work together with WWF on an innovation challenge. That's to be able to see and work with innovators and also brands to be able to achieve some of the objectives of this design for recycling guidelines. And we are calling it Let's Be Clear, in terms of let's move towards clear plastic bottles. Okay, so I hope the brands that are here, how many are still using colored plastics? Don't raise your hand. But if you are, in your heart, kindly when you go back, let's try and be able to innovate, because the solutions are here. Like I said, probably it's just because you still want to stay up in the game in terms of your branding and also in terms of boosting sales. But we are trying to see how we can be able to move together and innovate and have the plastics being clear. So I wish to leave it here, but then I'll invite you to go to sustainableinclusivebusiness.org. You download the document and be able to read through it. Just be able to look into what you can be able to change. If you need advice, in the room, there are experts, recyclers, Institute of Packaging professionals, and they can be able to help you and also support you in terms of how you can be able to move from red to green, because the green is where we want to be for all these different aspects of plastic packaging. So for the sake of time and also for the sake of other presenters, I'll be able to stop there and also provide comments to our email address, and we'll be able to respond to it, and we'll appreciate your feedback in terms of your contribution towards this. Thank you very much, and enjoy your afternoon. Unless there's questions, but they should not be as many like for Macharia, and yeah. So I think you can.
Thank you. Gonte Hilik is my name. And thank you for your presentation. My question goes to the plastic that is finding its way in this market, but coming from outside Kenya. As regards to the design guidelines that you have presented there, how are they going to become compliant to the guidelines that you have presented? The producers or the manufacturers of plastic that are coming to this market. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I think for us, this is not, like I said, it's not in law. But then again, we are looking at, because even for us, it's in Kenya, it's for Kenya brands, but it can also be adopted by other people from outside Kenya. Because also design guidelines have been developed for the different countries. In Europe, you'll find like almost all the countries have this design for recycling guidelines. But it is upon ourselves to be able to, maybe as a country, to be able to, you see now, if a guest come to your house and they find smelling socks, they not really worry about their socks being that smelling also, okay? So I think it's also upon ourselves to be able to try and adopt some of these guidelines so that by the time even the new products are coming into the market, or maybe the people who are importing into our country, they'll be able to find that, what is it called? That trend, and they'll be able to adopt. And like I said, probably we are hoping that in future, this can also become part of the regulation and laws, and it can be enforced. And that will mean products that are manufactured within the country, and also the products that are coming from outside the country will be able to have that. So I think that calls for our collective effort to be able to see how we can achieve that. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry. My question is regarding like the elements you put, PVC combined with PET or PVOC or PVC or any other element. How will you regulate it? I mean, in terms of to a layman, a PET bottle with or without PVC looks the same, or with the calcium additive looks the same. So when it comes to the ground, how will we structure to regulate the composition of that PET bottle or HDPE bottle?
Alex has a feedback before I go back.
It's not feedback, it's related to that question. Now that you pointed to us the good, the bad, and the ugly, I think on the red side is the ugly side. And I know I will pick the conversation later with our KEBS guy. So in plenary, maybe, what could be the place of KEBS in trying to regulate these problematic items in the spirit of also just trying to transition from a linear problematic materials, staying in the environment, creating more problems, to a circular economy? Because I think the science is very clear, the solutions are there. So maybe not to put you on the spot, Mr. Nyagechi, how can we partner in ensuring that the good products are what find themselves in the market, and we try to pivot away from the bad, the ugly, and the problematic types? Thanks.
Maybe you could go with those first.
Oh yeah, but I think we'll also go next. Maybe just to clarify in terms of you're talking about in terms of now being legislated, or maybe having all the brands getting towing the line in terms of this one is what you need and this was not you need. I think that's a discussion we need to, like I mentioned, that's a discussion we need to have in terms of making it a law. And also I like the fact that now now we used to, KEBS looks at the products that are coming in, but you see now as a country we're also looking at extended producer responsibility. So beyond the product being a product, when it becomes waste, what happens to it? So I think also for KEBS, that is something that they'll be able to legislate, and I think there's something happening with also some of the stakeholders, and they'll be able to mention it in terms of now having products that will not be problematic for recyclers once they become waste. So I think that's a conversation we'll try to be able to have, and I think Nyongesa will be able to talk. We'll talk something about it in terms of what they're doing.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Nyakeche is the manager of the Plastics Standards Committee in KEPS, and I'm the chairman of the Plastics Standard Committee in KEPS. So standards are developed by consensus. So if you, the stakeholders, agree that these guidelines should become the standard, then so be it. But one thing we have observed in those committees is that most of the stakeholders don't show up. Then when there is an issue, then there is a big outcry. So I'd like to encourage you to participate. These guidelines are guidelines. That's what they mean in English. So at the moment, they are not like mandatory or you have to do like this. Those are suggestions which will make circularity easier. And going forward, in the interest of circularity, in the interest of recyclability, there will be need to make many standards, Mr. Nyakeche, so that because one of the big problems is that, yes, we want 100% recyclability, we want 50% or 100%, but we need the uptake of that recyclability, those recycled materials, so that the system starts working seamlessly. And that means that even in bottles, like this water bottle, we may make a standard whereby it has to have some component of recyclability. Say, okay, if you make a PET bottle, it shall have 30% or 50% recyclability or 100%. So once it becomes a standard, then so be it. Then Nyakeche will make sure that you are held accountable to it. But I would like to encourage you to take a keen interest in the standards development work. Recently, we have done a standard for recycling rPET using a mechanical process. It is in public review. So please look at it so that when it becomes gazetted or official, you don't say, I've never seen it. So thank you very much. So that's what's happening in the KEPS.
Okay, we will also have a session on engagement. So because we need to also hear from the case studies.
Yeah, so another area actually, which we already even standard, it's about designation, marking and labeling of these bottles, or rather plastics, not only bottles, but any plastic material. It has to be clearly, marked and labeled, and the composition has to be known. We've not gotten to the level of asking that the ingredients be declared, but probably we will be heading there so that you are sure what material you are dealing with. So there is not only at Kenya, we are doing it at the East African level, because now we are moving to not having national standards, but harmonized East African standards. So we are having a situation where we are looking at how do plastic materials get properly labeled and designated across the region. Thank you.
We have a quick one from Gupta who's asking, if the bottle and label are both made from PET, is it better than bottle of PET and label of BOPP? Also, a PET bottle with less than 0.2% UV master batch will fall in the green or the yellow category?
Thank you very much. I think that's a question for Akshay. Can you repeat? Probably.
If the bottle and label both are PET, is it better than bottle of PET and BOPP? Second question being, a PET bottle with less than 0.2% UV master batch will fall under the green or the yellow category?
So it all depends on the recycling system. Some recycling systems are able to accept both BOPP and PP in the same manner. I think the main thing, and this is going to be like something I was going to do to make everybody a design expert. So maybe I'll explain that particular aspect of the interaction between the BOPP PP label and the bottle afterwards when I get my slot. The other question about the UV, I can't tell you for sure if a UV concentration of less than 0.2% actually interferes with the recycling. Again, it's probably one has to look at the recycling system. But there is I can't remember exactly which is the ISO standard. There is an ISO standard that actually defines what is the percentage of the material that is not part of the main or the base material. It should be less than that certain percentage, and it should not interfere with the recycling system. So I can check what that ISO standard was, and then I can share it later, maybe before the end of lunch.
Yeah, that response is for you, Gupta, I think online participant. Last question, and then we go to the case studies.
My name is Robert. Mine is not a question, but maybe a challenge. I'm a recycler. Sometimes you have very recyclable material, but the additives here being maybe sellotape. What can we do about that? Because it's a big challenge. We have very good recyclable material like a plastic, but the sellotape is a challenge. Is there anything that can be done?
The sellotape now being how it the attachment, maybe the label. A seal. Yeah, so I think that's something. And how much of it do you actually get as a recycler? Is it quite a lot? And I think that's the same question we are also getting from the recycler I was talking to you about. And we are trying to see now what could be the best option, trying to understand who can be able to, in terms of the value chain approach, for you as a recycler, once you get these other aspects as waste that you don't really recycle, who else can be able to recycle it and maybe have that kind of a value chain so that there's that even collection of these end products that after recycling that you can be able to bring together and they can be able to see what you can do. But I don't think banning is also part of it. And also that's why we are trying to solve this challenge from a design aspect so that at the end of the day, you as a recycler, you are not able to get this part of maybe like waste after you've gotten your recyclate. So that is why we are trying to solve it through the design guidelines so that we try to avoid that. But then beyond that, we can be able to discuss and see what we can be able to treat that waste beyond that. And yes.
Allow me to make a comment.
Okay.
I think addressing the question about when people import items that don't follow the design guidelines. You see, you cannot be forced to follow a guideline, but once the EPR law becomes law, because it's not yet law, it will mean you'll be paying a higher EPR fee when whatever it is you're making is harder to recycle. So I think getting ready now before it becomes a law and you're being forced, like what's happening now, PRO, people are joining because eventually you know it's going to have certain effects. The earlier you do it, the better it is. And so if someone will be importing an item which is with material which is difficult to recycle, it just simply means they'll pay more at that point in time. So I think compliance early is better for any organization.
Yeah, and I hope KEPRO, that's something you have in mind. Please charge them 70% more, my suggestion, so that at least you can be able to work on that. So thank you very much. Back to you, Josephine.
Clap for Dennis. Now, I know some of these very technical conversations, sometimes they make sense when you actually see the practical side of what it means for a business to apply. And so for the next few minutes, 20 or so, I'll be calling for manufacturers, producers, to give us practical aspect of what they're actually doing to implement the guidelines. And those who have not yet, probably because you're interacting with them for the first time, maybe you already implementing, but you didn't know that the guidelines are in existence, but now you realize that they are in line with what you wish to see for your company or what you are already doing. We will have some commitment sessions at the end. So for now, allow me to call 4 producers, starting with briefly Susan Maingi from Coca-Cola. I know we are very aware of the transition of Sprite, and also it's always a big challenge that I pose to Susan to let's work together to also see that the others are also transitioning to Clear through our innovation, or Let's Go Clear Innovation Challenge. Karibu sana. A clap for Susan, please.
Thank you very much, Josephine, and good afternoon again. I think it's afternoon now. And thank you very much. I think these are really great discussions. We've been in several forums talking about the design guidelines, I think as part of the Kenya Plastic Pact initiative, and some of the stakeholders here who have really contributed to, the strategies around KPP, and we're really happy that you've been part and contributed to those rich discussions. I think it's also very happy that we've also the discussions around EPR, the Sustainable Waste Management Policy, and the outcomes that we're discussing today has been a very long journey. I think we're talking about 4 or 5 years, but we're happy that we're seeing, the outputs of those contributions of all the stakeholders who are here, and including NEMA and the ministry as well. So we really appreciate that. I will also mention that as Coca-Cola, we've been part of those conversations from the early days, because our commitment as a business, I think if you look at our ambitions, they're very clear. We talk about we're key on planet, our commitment to people, and we're committed to the community at large. And one of the key commitments for us is, of course, as you know, Coca-Cola, it's very big packaging, and we've recognized our work and role in supporting, the growth of the circular economy from a global perspective and all the way in country. And one of our key ambitions is to say, we're going to be sustainable packaging, and we're going to collect and recycle a bottle or a can for every one we sell, and make it 100% recyclable, and use 50% recycled content in all our bottles. So these are very, strong ambitions, and we had given a window of 2030 to achieve that. And when we look at what we've done, here, and especially in Kenya, we really are, driving to achieve that agenda. The first step we did is from supporting from a policy perspective of how do we contribute to achieve that, and we have the frameworks to it. And we must say we were one of those who, together with a couple of other members, set up the first voluntary PRO. That was in 2018, where we are leading the conversation with some brand owners, converters, as well as some in the retail sector who joined us, and we started having these conversations of having a voluntary PRO. And I think that's part of the journey. That's where we are here today, that now we've transitioned from voluntary to a mandatory sort of scheme, and more players are now on this section. So I think it's been, quite a journey, and we're happy to be part of that. And we've a lot more on the table. But more inherently and internally, we had to do our own things. One, we had to look at, from our strategies, to look at the design, which was the first. The second was, of course, there's design, but you also have to collect. And then the third phase is, how do you collect? You have to make sure you also bring on board partners to support. So when we look at design, it's been a journey because you have to look at your packaging, your internal resources. And we had a very clear strategy to say, let's start on transitioning from where we possible the colored to clear, because that supports recyclability. I know we've talked significantly of the first step we made on transitioning Sprite to clear, and we started rolling this out in many countries in Africa, and Kenya was the third in Africa to transition from green in our Sprite block to clear, which really supported the whole recycling. The second step we said is, okay, what is the biggest other area we can transition? Is that we've transitioned also our water at Asani, where we said it was a light blue to a more clear bottle, which again is supporting and enhancing the recyclability of our bottle. And also in the same transition, and when we look at the KPP design, is that we recognize that if there's any material we do not need, why don't we remove it? So we removed the sleeve from the Dasani, so it's one less plastics in the market in our packaging, but still made sure that our bottle is very secure. So these are also initiatives which meant we had to invest internally, but also externally in communicating to our consumers, our customers of this transition, and also obtaining, because we, as being part of a PRO, getting feedback from our recyclers, has this supported, the recycling agenda, and the feedback has been really positive. This is also combined with not only that, making sure with our value chain that even our labels, in the aspects of labels, which is another issue which is brought out by our recyclers, to be removed and does not hinder to a large extent the recyclability. So this is some of the progress. Of course, the work is still ongoing in terms of looking at closures, our closures meeting the requirements as well. And then of course the other products, downstream that we have, is to see how we can enhance that. For example, we have conversations around, but it's limited, but there's a brown bottle of one of our brands, in CSD, whether we're able to transition and the volumes that are required. But the big volumes, I think we have made good progress. Glass, our glass is returnable glass, because we make sure all the glass we could reuse our glass. So that is another step in the recyclability process. Collection is really key, and I think I'll just quickly highlight that, is that we've worked with all our collectors as a company and with a PRO to really develop a very robust collection, working with collectors, agents, working with recyclers as well to ensure we enhance the collection. And we can see from the conversations here today, we'll need to work even stronger, because as Nema has said, the producer and the PRO are held accountable for what waste is out there. So there's work for us to continue working and partnering with all those who are in this room to ensure that we really step up in terms of our collection. But if you look at what we've collected through even our PRO, we're talking about the last 4 years, something like 20,000 plus tons of PET. It shows we've really made significant steps in this. But that doesn't mean our work is done. As you can see, the work we all have is quite significant, given we're starting this journey. And so again, with our partners here, our partner PRO, KEPRO, I'm sure we'll be able to work to achieve that as well. Given that there is also accountability, as you know, the counties, we have to, is it 47 counties that we have to reach? Which is a Herculean task, I think, but I think we are ready to do that. Partnerships, I think we've partnered significantly, being members of Kenya Plastic Pact, working with WWF, who have been really strong partners, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, KEPSA, to name a few, and my apologies if I have not named all, because there have been many, many partners who have supported us, including also the Danish government, indirectly where we've worked through PEDCO, supporting a lot in research. And I remember the very first Kenya Plastic Action Plan, which was rolled out in 2019. So there are very many partners, and I think we want to say thank you very much for that support, and let's continue working together. And then, and I should mention KEBS, because KEBS, Kenya Bureau of Standard, has been a critical partner. Not only that, but also in supporting and in the development of a standard for RPET, because that's the next step. If we want to say we want to go full circularity, critical for us to move to bottle recycling. And if we are able to reach that, that's like the, what do they call it, the kryptonite in changing in terms of PET recycling. So that's a next critical step in terms of standards, creating a standard for Kenya, and which can be rolled out even for EAC. So for us as Coca-Cola, we want to say, we've made great strides, but there's still more work to be done. We thank everybody. We've worked very strongly as partners. As they say, every step is a journey, and we can only do this together. You can only walk far alone. I mean, you can only reach so far alone, but if we work together, we can really, really achieve a lot. So thank you so much. And that's the story of Coca-Cola, and we're ready to give any more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan, for those very insights. It's always encouraging to see that we are not moving alone. We are moving with action. And our next example is Akshay, who will showcase what Seal Africa, this time not under KEPRO, but Seal Africa is doing. And Akshay will also take a few minutes to teach us how to be design experts. Mkaribisheni kwa makofi.
Thank you. Who wants to instantly become a packaging design expert? All right. Well, I'm going to ask everyone to become that design expert, even if you didn't put your hand up. So let's start off by picking up this bottle that you all have. All right. And maybe it'll be better to kind of stand up while we're doing this, so that we're all together. Now, look at this bottle starting from the very top, right? Look at the bottle from the very top and go all the way down to the very bottom, and analyze for me how many different materials are on this bottle. Start with the top and go down, and I'll just ask one person from each table to give me an answer. So let's start with this table. How many materials? Okay, there's 5. This other table back there, Tushar, your table? 5. Alex, your table in the back? Or Dennis, our design expert, how many? Or we'll come back to them later. Oh, you got an answer? 6, okay. All right, how about this table here in the middle? 5. Our front table? 4. All right, the table over there, right at the back. 5. And then this other table with Klaus? 5. And then our KEPRO and KPP table? 5. So I'd like to say you're all wrong. All right, all of you are wrong. Let's do it together. All right. So at the very top we have what? A stamp. What material is on this stamp? And ink. So there's 3 materials there, right? Okay. Someone keep count, all right? We are at 3 so far. Then the cap itself, right? Okay, that's 4. Look inside the cap. What is that? That's another material, right? If you touch it, it doesn't feel like metal. So how many materials? That's just the cap. Okay. Now we can come to the bottle. Okay, so the bottle is glass. We don't have to count this ring around the bottle, but is it problematic? Why? Yeah. So what would be a better design to make that ring not be problematic. When you remove the cap, that ring should come off with it, right? Then we are removing one obstacle. This bottle could move from red or yellow to green. Right, now let's keep going down. What else do you see? Okay, so the label is, which one? We are at 6. No, the cap was 5 materials, then the glass is 6. Now the label is 7. What else? The glue on the label. What else? The ink. Right, so how many have we reached? 9 materials. Right, there's 9 materials on this. And if you had to redesign this, how would you do it? So there's a small clue that this brand called Akel, I don't know how to pronounce it, but there's something interesting that this brand has done. Can someone tell me what they've done, which is a good thing? Yes, tell me. Yes, they've embossed the brand on the bottle. So even if they get rid of this label, as far as branding is concerned, they're still good. The problem is going to be, how do you deal with this KEBS related information and recycle, all that barcode and other things. Maybe that could still be there, but maybe they have to do it in a way that could be printed on the bottle with water-based ink, so that when they are recycling this or when they're taking this into a washing line, because remember, a glass bottle can be recycled at least 15 times. I mean, not recycled, reused. It can be reused at least 15 times before it starts to crack at the top. So there are so many things that could be done to take something which people already think is good and make it great. So now you're all a packaging design expert. All right, you can have a seat. Okay, let's start with the South Africa slide. And Ruto, I'd like to invite you. So Ruto is with the South Africa Kenya team. And Ruto, you can just bring out some of the, so we're not doing a big presentation, we're just going to show you what we're doing. But just to give you a bit of an introduction, who is South Africa? So we've been around, I think we're going to complete 60 years of manufacturing packaging on the continent this year. Thank you. So we started our first factory in 1963 in Tanzania. We're also the first plastics packaging company on the continent to be a global signatory to the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. And we've made commitments that goes along with that membership. You can see here the brands that we elevate with sustainable packaging. There's a lot more brands there, but I couldn't fit them all. And yeah, there's a big population that we serve directly and then indirectly into these blue countries. So we're very, very concerned about how to make sure that not only our packaging, but the brands that use our packaging are not trashing the environment that we supply into. So that's a bit about us. So let's start off with some practical demonstrations. So here is, Ruto, you can explain, what is this?
This is a stretch film, which is used for wrapping the products in different sectors.
So if some of you know, maybe you see this product in your kitchen, right? But this is not for your kitchen. This is for wrapping it around the cartons, right? This material, people used to think it cannot be made of recycled material. What we're doing is receiving all the used stretch wrap that is sent to our customers like Unilever. And then that used stretch wrap is put back into this. This particular material, it doesn't look like it, but there are 3 layers. You can't see the 3 layers because they're all transparent. But the middle layer is 100% made out of the returned stretch wrap from the customers. Okay, so that's like one example. And we, when did we develop this innovation? How many years ago?
It's now 5 years.
So 5 years we've been doing it. Let's look at something else. I will come to this at the end. So, all right. So this has been kept inside inside this airtight bag because we don't want the room to start smelling. Okay, but do you know what is inside here? Yogurt cups, right? It smells a lot because milk, when it goes bad, smells worse than my socks. Okay, So what we've done is got some yogurt cups which are used, but we've kind of made sure that they don't smell. So Ruto, can you just pick up this crate and demonstrate it? Right? So you can just lift it up so people can see what is inside. Yeah. So this crate, the black bit, is entirely made of this. Okay? The entire crate, except for these yellow bits, and I'll explain that in a second, but the whole crate is made of used yogurt cups. Right? This is a polypropylene material. Normally the crates are made out of polyethylene, but when we were designing this crate, we told ourselves, let's make sure that this yogurt cup, after it has done its job, has a home to go to. And this is the home for this yogurt cup. Now, you can see that there is also some other materials on this crate. There's the yellow thing that is used to allow the crate to be stackable. This cannot be made out of the same yogurt cup material. It's a different material. It uses glass fiber and plastic. So how do we make sure that this crate is green according to the design guideline standards? This is not bonded to the crate. It is a mechanical attachment that can be easily removed in the recycling process, so it doesn't interfere. Yeah, it's like what we talked about with that glass bottle and the ring, right? It can be mechanically removed. And then I think there's another bit here, right? So you can see here, there's something else there, which doesn't look like it's made out of the same material. So this is it's like a hard plastic laminate material, which has got an RFID and an NFC chip inside, plus a QR code that is printed on it, so that as this crate is moving from, let's say, the farmer in Meru, who is putting bananas into here, and it is reaching the Mama Boga in Nairobi, nobody else needs to touch that banana, right? The farmer will take the banana from the tree, clean off the cobwebs, put it into the crate, and then when it reaches the Mama Boga and you go to buy your banana or the tomato or onion or whatever is in the crate, the only two hands that are going to touch it is the farmer's hand and your hand. That's amazing, right? From a food security perspective. Plus 40% of food post-harvest losses are prevented because this thing is not squashing the produce from the farm. And it's important to be able to track where these things have come from. So this is necessary. But how do we make sure that it doesn't interfere with the recycling process? So we've designed this slot here in such a way that once that tag is put in, it doesn't come out until you actually recycle the crate. That means you grind it up, and at that point, this tag can come out. Until then, you'd have to take a knife or something to go in and really do some damage to take it out. So that's some examples about how we've made not only a crate that is made from recycled material, that doesn't interfere with the recycling process, that uses post-consumer packaging waste, that has some smart packaging features, which also don't interfere, and it improves food security in the country. Yeah? So there's a lot that can be done, right? The idea is, if you're going to redesign a product, don't just redesign it for one impact purpose, right? Try to design it so that it serves multiple impact purposes, right? Let's look at another example. So this again, I think by now you already know that you're experts in how to convert a yogurt cup into a plastic crate, right? So when we were doing this one, again, we designed it to make sure that this crate can be designed with polypropylene instead of the normal HDPE. And we saw when we were talking to the customers that, some of them are dealing with very small volumes of, they could have maybe some potatoes here, and then they need to put some carrots here, and then they need to put something else, whatever it is, maybe the recipe for making githeri, all right? Individual compartments. So we designed it with this idea in mind. Let's also make this compartment that can easily go in and out. And this helps those small retailers to be able to separate whatever it is that they're putting in. And again, more functionality when we are doing a redesign. You might have seen other crates like this which do not have this feature, because when they were designed, the idea was not about impact. It was all about how do we make this crate as cheap as possible. So those crates actually have a lot of calcium carbonate or talc filler, which means the crates are going to break easily, and they're also not going to be easy to recycle back into a new crate. With this one, made out of yogurt cups, has more functionality and can be infinitely recycled into more crates. So that's another example. I think we've messed up the whole flow here, but it's okay. It's dirt. Maybe dirt is better than plastic. All right, you want to see one more example? Okay, so Ruto, let's, before we open it up, I'd like someone to sort of see how light is this crate. So I'll ask this lady here, just pick it up and tell people, is it lighter than you expected? Yeah, it's very light. Okay, this is the lightest crate that you can find in Kenya, right? The lightest crate. Because remember, we talk about, what is it? Reuse, reduce, things like that. So we said, let's reduce. Why do we need to have a crate that is so heavy? So we redesigned this crate to become extremely light. The only parts of the crate that really need to support the stacking is on the corners. So the corners are load bearing, right? It's like this building. These beams here are load bearing. If we try to make the beams light, we have a problem, all right? But the walls actually do not even, look at that wall, it's made out of glass, right? So that wall is not load bearing. Similarly, this entire area is not load bearing, okay? Then, and by the way, this crate is made out of 100% recyclable material, but not yet recycled, because this is a new material that allows this particular function to happen, that can take that kind of load. Plus it has one secret feature that Ruto will show you. In fact, you can start showing it now. You can just unfold the crate. So we're also thinking one more way, right? How can this thing become even better for the environment? After this crate has done its job, right, delivering mangoes or avocados or something, and you're bringing it back because you want the crate to be reusable, how much space is it going to take if it comes back empty? A lot. But what if the crate can be folded? Then you are not even using that much space, which means you're not using as much fuel, right? And fuel is also destroying the environment. So again, when we are redesigning, we are not just designing for one purpose, right? We're doing multiple things with it. And then this crate, because it is made out of that special material, can be recycled back into making exactly the same crate again, whenever it is damaged. I mean, the crate itself is designed to be reused multiple times. And this crate, by the way, as I said, you know, we designed it to do multiple things. Today, this crate is also replacing corrugated paper cartons that are being used to export avocados from Kenya, which means even in those countries where we are sending our avocados, we are not sending them our trash, because those cartons would end up being incinerated, right? And as Klaus was saying, incineration is still a crime, although nobody is getting caught for it, right? But we are preventing incineration, because now when those avocados are reaching Denmark or Spain or Netherlands, at least these crates can be having a second life in that country, or they can actually be shipped back to Kenya. Then we inspect it, we clean it up, and then we give it back to the avocado exporters, and then again the cycle continues. So circular economy can actually become a cross-border activity, and not just something only locally within Kenya. So yeah, those are some practical examples. Ruto, you want to add anything more?
Yeah. Thank you, Akshay. I think you have covered most of what we are doing in South Africa. Currently, this crate is improving in the market, and we are using 100% recycled material, whereby we have partnered with so many recyclers to give us the material, what they are recycling, and we are using, and what we are generating from the plant, we are recycling 100%, and then we are consuming. So at the moment, there is nothing we are disposing to the field or to the land, because 100% recycling is happening. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Once again, thank you for the presentation and thank you and congratulations for the innovative ideas that you have presented to us. My question is, already we have a problem when it comes to the recycling of black packaging material that comes with food. In this case, does that fit well to the crate that you have presented to us? That the material that is used in the production of those packaging material, black in color, are you able to consume them in the manufacture of the crate?
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
the black material that you're referring to that is used for food packaging is called punnets. And that is made out of a material called polystyrene, which is thermoformed. So thermoformed polystyrene is not compatible with a polypropylene. So that's the first problem, right? That we need to stop polystyrene and move to polypropylene or even PET. But then it produces a second problem, which is the color, the black color. Why the black color is a problem in the recycling is because when that material is shredded or grinded into flakes, it goes through a machine that is using lasers to detect the color. And then the laser light reflects back from whatever is the color of that plastic flake. If that color is white, it goes into a separate thing. If it is yellow, it goes somewhere else. But what happens when you throw light at a black surface? It absorbs, right? Light does not reflect off a black surface. So the laser doesn't work. And that's why this thing is a problem, the black punnet or the black packaging. But it can still be resolved if that material moves to, especially if it moves to polypropylene. Polyethylene will not work because polyethylene cannot be thermoformed, but polypropylene can be thermoformed. So my suggestion to those people who are doing that is change it to a polypropylene, very thin injection molding instead of thermoforming. And again, I can go into the technical why thermoforming is not as good as injection, because it stretches the polymers, whereas injection doesn't do that. So when you stretch the polymers, you're actually changing the material's composition at a molecular level, which then affects the recyclability, right? It's not like it's not possible. It's just that it makes it more difficult. So a polypropylene light injection molded black punnet can be recycled, and it could even be made out of recycled material, but it has to be food safe, right? Because it is touching the strawberries or the grapes or whatever it is packing. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
So one final question. This is the only time I can ask my board chair question. So I wanted to ask, in terms of pricing, we've always had the challenge in terms of people complaining about pricing. So maybe what is the net effect in terms of the cost of production on South Africa's side, and the net effect in terms of the consumer pricing?
So you're talking about the net effect of what? EPR fees on the production or the packaging cost, or the recycling?
Yes.
The cost of using recycled material?
Exactly,
Yeah.
yes, compared to virgin materials.
Well, to try to make packaging from a non-recyclable packaging is the most expensive, right? Because it's like as close as possible to impossible, right? Like you just simply can't do it. I think my friend over there from King's Plastic is going to talk about this plastic bag that has got two different materials in it, and you cannot separate it. Or if you want to separate, like let me take a popular example. How many of you are consuming juice or milk in those Tetra Pak packets? Yeah? All right. The children also take it. They take it to school. That thing is made out of 6 different layers of material, which includes aluminum, plastic, and paper, and glue. 6 different layers. And it's got a non-plastic material as well, aluminum. So to separate all of that is going to cost a lot more than to simply buy the virgin material and laminate it. So there are some examples where it is just too expensive. The other example where it is, let's not say expensive or cheap, because like let's take this example of the glass, right? If this is designed properly, it doesn't interfere with the recycling process. to recycle this glass bottle is actually not expensive, right? But why it could be expensive is supply demand. There is more demand for recycled glass, and therefore market forces kick in and the prices of recycled glass go up. But once there's enough recycling capacity, once there's enough glass being collected and recycled, then supply demand gap will go down and the price of recycled glass will come down. Yeah. So I think it's really just around those two. And that is all within the context of mechanical recycling. Right. There's another recycling technology which is still not mature, but it should be in the next 5 years. It's called chemical recycling. And particularly for plastics, it helps to take the material back to its original monomer level, not even polymer. Right? So it goes back to monomer. So you have oil, from oil you have monomer, from monomer you have polymer, and then you have a bottle or a crate or whatever. So once chemical recycling comes in at an economical system cost, then we should even see many of the challenges that we are currently facing with, contamination and, mechanical obstructions will typically go away. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. I think I read about you, never heard of you, and it's a very good picture to see.
I'm shorter in real life.
I see that. Just on the user side, are those crates available on the market? I mean, can I buy one for my own use at home? Or do you only use it with recyclers?
No, so the crates, we manufacture all of these here in Kenya, but we do not, we're not like an e-commerce, right, where you can just buy like one crate. At the moment, these crates are essentially supplied to packaging users, brands, right, who, like, for example, that first one that we showed you with the yellow handles, Priga Foods, if any of you know that company, they use that crate a lot. They also use the other one. But there's many other companies who are in the business of moving their product, from point A to point B on a large scale, are using our crates. We are thinking about adding a little e-commerce thing onto our website, so that people who want to order like one piece can do that. And then we were going to partner with some companies who takes care of the logistics, because our business operates at scale. So for us, it doesn't make any sense to do little gimmicks and greenwashing and things like that. We only operate at scale, because you can imagine with those 4 countries that we are in, we are not designed to do retail.
Oh, the other question I'll ask you.
Okay. So if there's no more questions, okay, there are a couple of questions. So while the mic is going there, I just want to put a what do you call a call to action to anybody. So if you're a packaging user or a recycler, and you think you're dealing with about at least 1,000 tons per year of problematic packaging or problematic recycled material, talk to us. Right, like we can't help you with like 5 tons a year or something, because it'll be difficult to really provide any support. But if you're doing at least 1,000 tons a year, we can put our engineers to work and we can innovate for you a better packaging, make it green, and also work with the recyclers so that they can make that packaging back into either the same packaging or into a different packaging.
Thank you very much, Akshay. I think he deserves a clap together with his colleague. Thank you very much. Akshay sits on the board of KEPRO and also sits on the steering committee of the Kenya Plastics Pact. So he's the person to go to, and he has made that call to action. We have also been visiting our producers on the ground, and Akshay, we are yet to come to you, but anybody who wants to join me in the next visit to Akshay to see what he's doing on the ground, feel free to contact us or let me know after the workshop and I can tag you along. So recently, the last visit I did was to just see what exactly they're doing in implementing the guidelines, but I don't want to preempt. Tushar is here and he's going to do that for us, so please give him a round of applause. Please, just in case you have a question that has not got an opportunity to be responded to, they will still be here during the lunchtime because of time, and then you can engage them one-on-one.
Thank you, Josephine. Good afternoon to all. And again, thanks for Akshay to showcase what products they are exhibiting, an eye-opener. Thank you. With respect to Bidco Africa, yes, thanks to our management, because if anything comes whenever for producers or manufacturers, which they have already done in prior, and then certainly due to some circumstances, there is a demand that yes, as a able producer, as a responsible producer, you need to reduce or innovate or invest, then that's a very difficult task for everyone to achieve. But then thanks to our management that they did that when we requested them, and we will showcase you few of the things that even small things matters the most when emerging companies like us, who are a emerging beverages brand or emerging snack food brand, what can be achieved once management and you yourself are able to join hands together and have a focused approach. So what we did, the next slide please, what we did was we had some challenges, and thanks to such type of workshops what we do, which gives a lot of sensitization towards it, so we decided few of the things which we need to eliminate or we need to redesign or re-innovate, and selections of them was like eliminate top sales from our water brand, and overview of new Planet Aqua water bottle, how it will look, and adopting lightweight packaging technology, and future plans related to reducing the plastics. So what we did was, next slide please, what we did was that our Planet Aqua bottle, very few might be knowing that, but Planet Aqua bottle is one of the most emerging and successful brand in last 2.5 to 3 years, and we can say amongst the top 3 in terms of the volumes what we do in the country. So when the brand is going up in terms of volumes and sales, and then if you want to make any changes, that's the most difficult task which any in the management side or me as a leader would think that no, we should not make any changes when the brand is going on. So we wanted to make sure that the cap seals on the top, security seals, goes off from this particular brand. But then what we did was we first did a survey. Majority of our distributors and the consumer says no, if you do it there will be some counterfeit issues, and already we were experiencing few of the counterfeit issues, especially in Lake region and Western region. And then we said, okay, let's plan an approach. A video we will show you at the last of the slides, that what we did to sensitize the consumers and the distributors. So we adopted 3 to 5 steps. The first step was we did first survey on the ground, that what people think if we remove the cap seal, security seals, and then we educated them, we sensitized them. We educated our distributors and their sales team. Not only that, we educated our entire sales team also in the market, but then not only through talking, but also through showing some flyers, sharing some videos, and a huge massive efforts. One which we were planning to do it in June of last year, we had to take some setback. We discussed again for 3 to 4 months, and then we implemented in this year of May in a very successful manner. Yes, little hiccups happened in select regions, but that's a risk which we have to always take to do that. So what we did was 1.2 metric tons, by removing the security seals from the cap seals, 1.2 metric tons of safety seal material we are able to save it from the market. And at the same time, what it gives us an opportunity that by doing that, we increase our production efficiency, because we don't have to cap that, we don't have to put that insert security seals. And at the same time, the cap, you can see on the right hand side, on the topmost side, each and every cap, like Akshay has shown, even this black cap has a inbuilt security measure in that. If you open, it will click, the sound will come as a click, then only it's a safe thing. So it will remove the liner on that. So inbuilt, it is already there. In Tanzania, I think 2021 government banned, because they started earlier to tell the manufacturers don't use their plastic seals on the top, but nobody was serious. When they banned it up in a very successful way with a very strict measures, they went it, and as of now when we see it is more than 2 years, they do not have or they do not use that. So one thing can be said in this is, together we can win. But if one single manufacturer, or like Coca-Cola said, they removed also from the Sunny, if 2 or 3 does it, it's not that easy. But somebody has to take a forefront. So as a largest selling Planet Aqua brand, 500 ml, which is what is our largest selling brand, we decided to take this step. And as of now, while we speak, we are proud to say that we are very successful in that. And also, we added 100% recyclability logo. You can see the next slide, 100% recyclability logo in all our products. in all our Planet Aqua, in our carbonated soft drinks also, we have started to add this 100% recyclable logo to make people know that what exactly they are drinking. I don't know, very few might be aware in Europe, they are promoting instead of glass bottle, PET based bottle, because PET takes less energy in terms of recycling as compared to glass. So when few of the guys, one of the scientists from Big Bang Theory from Switzerland, he was here last month, and when he went to Mombasa and he saw that glass bottles are used in the beaches and everywhere. So he questioned when he came back that why it is that glass bottle are used in beaches. So even my mouth was a bit shut, that how can we educate people that what is really important with respect to safety also and with respect to recyclability also. So this was the seal what we had earlier, and it was embossed as our company's name as BIDCO with BIDCO logo, and then we removed it. We had a little new look. We removed the seal and we also added 100% recyclability logo on that. Next slide, please. Yes, there is a challenge, but at present we are able to achieve 63% of our total beverages, carbonated soft drinks, our juices, and at the same time our water with clear PET based bottles, while we are working on adding other products also. Notable thing to say is we were one of the first company in entire East Africa, Central Africa and North Africa to produce the lightest bottle of juice, again without preservative. It's very difficult to make a juice without preservative, but we were the first in East, Central and North Africa to do that and bring that highest sophisticated technology. Everybody is most welcome to visit us. Josephine and team was there and they were amazed, I believe, to look into that aspect. Again, what we did, the balance products where we have been into color, we reduce the colors and as a step by step to eliminate the color from the market. So another thing was that we believe in lightweighting the bottle. So it was the most difficult task to invest around $100,000 and request when you are not in profits. You know, when you are not doing good and you have to invest $100,000 to make sure that your bottle goes light. That was the most difficult task. But thanks again to our management that they believe on circular economy and our sustainability goals. So we invested that, and from 26 gram of our 1 liter bottle, as of now the bottle what we have is of 21 gram. So I can say one of the lightest bottle in the country is what we have, and we have successfully launched that since 3 months in the market. Also look after reducing our existing 500 ml bottle and also our carbonated soft drink bottles and all other PET which we pack in our juices. So plan is already been implemented. We are in a very initial phase with respect to the investment, but another $100,000 which management has committed to do that, which will allow us to eliminate around 200 metric tons of plastic material from the country. So that is one of the significant steps which our management has done with respect to that. Next slide, please. Yeah, future plans. Yeah, so future plans are the same, where we have the existing color to reduce it to lightweight, more focus on putting reduced plastics, and key is awareness campaign. So awareness campaign is very important to get success in that. And notable thing to say, we also have the second largest brand in the country in the name of noodles, which is called Noodles brand. So in that also, we are working on to eliminate and reduce the plastics to get the more beneficial approach with respect to what is mentioned, the 220 kgs of plastics in laminates also will be reducing. So key thing is recycle, renovate and reinvent. That's what we always look into our products with respect to adopting the best sophisticated standards without compromising on the quality of each and every product category what we have in the market. Thank you so much. You can play one video. So this is the video which we did to communicate in the market with
taking a leap towards a better planet. Introducing our new Planet Aqua label, inspired by the beauty of our natural world. Say goodbye to the seal. Our commitment to the planet goes beyond aesthetics. We've reduced plastic waste to protect our environment. our new packaging is designed to reduce plastic and promote sustainability. Join us on the journey towards a greener future. Choose Planet Aqua. Together, we can make a difference. Sip responsibly with confidence. Safe to sip only if it clicks. Bidco Africa, committed to a sustainable future.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Quick question, and I think this is an amazing innovation. What are you doing with the jerrycans, the cooking oil bottles? Is there anything you're doing towards that side?
Okay, I lead the beverages and the snack food section, but I can definitely check and let you know what they do. But we do not manufacture ourselves. The jerrycans, we outsource them. So I think I will check and let you know from the departmental head what exactly they do on that. Yeah, thank you.
Since I'd already raised my hand and it was going to be on the same question on the jerrycans. In the recycling world, we call it blow yellow. It's a menace. I won't lie to you. It's the hardest thing to recycle in the market because different manufacturers have different additives, KEBs, onto it. So when you bring it, it's a very, HDP is high value plastic. However, due to the components that you manufacturers and you use on it, we cannot recycle it. So when we wash it, it all sinks down. It floats, most of it, or it sinks. I can't even, it's one of the most problematic, and we would love, through the Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers, to have a meeting with the person who leads your department of the consumables, the vegetables, oil, so that we can have that discussion. We are shipping a lot of it out, whereas we could actually have been able to use it and make very nice products like what Still Africa has shown us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the concern. To a notable point to say is that we don't manufacture jerrycans, we outsource. So yes, a connection can be done from where we outsource from the manufacturer's side, and it can be worked it out. Thank you.
Is it something that you can discuss after? All right, we are short of time, and I would like to call our last presenter. Thank you. Before he comes, allow me to welcome all of us to give a round of applause for Tushar. I like Tushar's enthusiasm, and he will also be helping us to bring on board all the other manufacturers to push and say we cannot move alone, together with Akshay. So we appreciate that you're taking the lead, and we are excited to see the others follow suit. So asanteni sana for that. Finally, we are almost there. King Plastic Industries Limited, Priyev Shah, Chief Executive Officer, who's going to give us the last presentation on what they're doing in terms of innovating. Mkaribisheni kwa makofi. Watu wamesikia njaa sasa. We are almost done, eh?
I'm not going to take too much of your time. I can see everyone's a bit hungry. I come from a different sector in terms of PET or HDPE, but I think the reason for me being here is what happened at my company since 2017. I know, you know, everything we're doing here is about EPR, and I think it all came from the plastic ban that was instilled in 2017. So, you know, it's always been, how do I say, everyone has always thought of it or a good thing or a bad thing, but good things came out of the ban. King Plastic Industries was a big producer of single-use plastics in 2017, and I'm not going to hide that. And when the ban came, it was for us to either inspire ourselves or play victim. You can do two things. Any policy comes, you can play victim and say, oh my God, they've closed us, what are we going to do? Or you get inspired to do what the government wants, and especially if you think in your heart it's right, what they've done, you'll always be inspired to bring change. So in 2017, the ban came and we sat down, and at that time I read a book called Just Mercy. I don't know if anyone's watched the movie or read the book, but there's a quote. He said, "You can't change the world with ideas in your mind, but with conviction in your heart." And at that point was when I was trying to decide, what am I going to do? Am I going to go back into another plastic form, or am I going to bring an alternative, or am I going to bring a plastic that can be recycled? So we took the 3 R's that the government at that point had said: reduce, recycle, reuse. So first was reduce. So King Plastic said, we have to aim to reduce plastic waste in Kenya and globally. So we decided to invest in machinery to bring paper packaging. So the khaki paper packaging, the paper bags that you see when we were kids growing up and now back in the market, to reduce all of the single-use plastics. I can proudly say since 2017, King Plastics now produces over 6,000 tons of paper production of brown paper in Kenya. So we reduced 6,000 tons of plastic bags in the market by replacing with paper products that we invest in. And Ms. Akshay will tell you, we flew in those machines from Germany. We're the first country in the world to fly in those machines down into Kenya in airplanes. And it was even presented at their company in W&H in Germany. We did that, and then in 2018 we said, oh, everything in Kenya right now uses virgin paper for the grocery bags and the takeaway bags. So King Plastic started working with a company here called Chandari Industries to make a recycled paper to produce recycled paper bags. And now from the 6,000 tons that I mentioned before, I would say 80% is recycled paper that we get from waste, recycle into rolls and remake paper bags out of. So we're not cutting down trees, if that is your worry. So, and the market changed. And the whole Kenyan market right now is 70% recycled paper in paper bags in the brown khakis you see like this. So that came first, and then came, how do we reduce secondary packaging? Because secondary packaging had been told by government that we need to move it into non-plastic elements. So things like this were being produced to package unga, and again, it's the plastic, which is a 2-element plastic. There's a laminate and there's a plastic inside. So if you ask the recyclers, and calcium, a lot of calcium carbonate, you know, it's a menace. So we invested a lot more into paper packaging. So you see now the unga, 24 kilos is packed in this paper. There's no other element but paper and water-based ink, which is easily be able to recycle. By converting from here to here, we're looking at about 20,000 tons of packaging has been converted into paper packaging for secondary packaging in unga. And that has provoked the economy of recyclers in Kenya. We have 8 new recycling paper mills all over Kenya since 2018 that are taking all the paper waste and recycling it, and also are running at 60% of their capacity. So we have a lot of opportunity to recycle paper in this country. And that is the vision we saw. So back to what I said earlier, as long as it's in your heart that what you're doing is right, it can work. And we have to work together. It comes from the consumer to the producer and the user of the product that you want to see it work. The consumer, if he says, you know what, I find sugar in there's another product we started, is laminate sugars. The normally 2 kilo sugars you buy are in 2 different elements, P, PVC, BOPP. They laminate it and unrecyclable. So we started making it into paper, 2 kilo paper bags for sugar, which you can pick up and recycle straight away. There's no problem for any recycler to recycle this. Now, again, it's for now the consumer to pick the sugar packaged in paper rather than the one in plastic, which will spur brands like Bitco and Coca-Cola to initiate more change into their packaging. Because if you rely on the brand that does the right packaging, then you inspire them to do more and more innovation to reduce the plastic waste in our country. So that is what King Plastic has offered for the last 5 years. We've grown into changing product from plastic into paper in every form possible, because we know we have the recycling element. All this paper, if we do buy paper for food packaging, it's either made internationally in FSC guided mills, which means they plant more trees than they cut down to make it, or we use recycled paper. And now Kenya has just put up its first bagasse plant for paper. Bagasse is sugarcane waste, the sugarcane that they squeeze out to make sugar. They use that sugarcane waste and make paper again. And we can use that paper to make all this packaging that can be used instead of plastic. So that is how we've modeled ourselves, and that is how we see our future in Kenya and in East Africa to survive. So thank you so much. And if there's any questions, please. Yes.
Sorry, first of all, congratulations on the big pivot. I think it takes a lot of guts to do that, and maybe that book, you should share the link or something.
It's a book and a movie, Just Messi.
All right. So
Michael B. Jordan, if anyone likes
so
it.
there's a lot of medicine in that book to give us courage to make such pivots.
Yeah.
So this might be a funny question, but I thought your company's name is still called King's Plastic.
Yes.
When are you going to get rid of that word?
So you're completely right, but there was a lot of energy in changing what was going on ground before we thought about, okay, we need to rebrand ourselves. It is in talks right now, though, you know, it's just a lot of paperwork to be done to change everything down there. So sooner or later, yes, we will have to change our names, because right now we do 90% paper, 10% plastic.
Yeah. Any other question? All right, let's clap for him. There was a time someone told me, I think that someone is in this room, they asked, or he said that he gets very annoyed when the cement companies say that they have to add plastic to the cement packaging bag because of the rains. Then he asked, how come we survive with unga and yet it doesn't have plastic packaging in it? It's just an excuse, yeah?
Sorry. So yeah, that's a myth. We have a cement packaging machine already installed in Kenya. We're not being able to use it here, but we export a lot of cement paper bags, which we use and we export it out of the country, including these sugar bags. There's no sugar yet in Kenya packaged in paper, but Zambia, Sudan, even North Sudan, export paper bags for sugar packaging. We're getting inquiries from Rwanda. A lot of states who are not even as far as we are on terms of plastic packs are already packaging their sugar in paper, and it's well branded as well.
Sorry, Josephine's question triggered another one in my mind. So, you know, there's a lot of paper bags in the market and paper cups and things like that that actually are not fully paper. They have some sort of a paraffin or wax coating to prevent it from sort of degrading from moisture and all of that. And, you know, I talked to you earlier about one of your bags there, and the texture is so smooth that I told you, no, this has to have some wax coating on it. So, and you talked about some technology that you use, right? So could you just explain what is the problem of having wax paraffin laminated to the paper when it comes to recycling? You know, would it be red, yellow, or green? And how do you make that thing so smooth? And does it actually have moisture protection?
That's a great question. And I wish, in fact, one of the suppliers is in town right now, but he's playing golf. But Mondi and Billerud are the ones who brought this technology. So in the European market, in the Nordic market, they had the same problem. Was we want to make it 100% paper, but it has to be attractive. You know, there has to be a shine. So we buy the paper from them. What they've done in the mill is put a Yankee cylinder. So it's like a round metallized cylinder, which presses the paper and does nothing else. There's no additive. It's just the heat and pressure they put on the paper on the Yankee cylinder makes the paper shine. And that's how they've done it. Now, Billerud has taken a step further, and they've put the first mill in Sweden, which does that for waterproof. So they use this the Yankee cylinder to bond the paper so tough that it's waterproof, but with no extra PE coating or paraffin coating, and it's still a waterproof cup. So when they did release this, we all went saying, yes, we want allocations in Kenya, but Tetra Pak bought the whole allocation of the mill. We're talking about a mill that produces about 10,000 metric tons a day of paper. They bought the whole mill out. So there's no supply for us right now. Yeah. Yeah. So the gap, yes, let's talk about this gap, right? I appreciate that question a lot. The sugar industry knows we're there. The sugar industry is the same one making the paper. So why can't we use the paper for the sugar packaging? The gap is very simple. FFS lines, now, FFS lines are form, fill, seal machines, are available in the Eastern market, right? India, China, Taiwan, they make FFS lines because that whole market is dominated by plastic. The European side use more Foema lines, fill-in lines with paper. FFS lines can cost you $20,000, while a packing line for sugar, for paper, will cost you $100,000. So it's 5 times the cost. However, if EPR works and if we go like to like, this actually costs less as a piece than a laminate. So when you buy a laminate, it costs about, I don't know, 6-7 shillings a kilo. I have a piece for a 2 kilo. From what I did my last math, this costs 5.5 shillings. So if anyone sat down and did the visibility that, listen, if I buy a paper, I save a shilling on my packaging costs, I'll actually repay that machine within a year and a half. But sometimes I feel in Kenya, and I'm a product of example, is a kick in the butt to say you can't use this anymore. You need to move over, and then you do it. But if you don't need to move, or you have no interest in your heart to move, then why would you do it? Yeah,
Maybe that will be the kick in the butt.
I would hope so. I would hope so. But and that's my question before is, we need to have a streamline that laminates should be that much higher for every single PRO. It should be a synchronized fee. That would be it. But right now we can't wait for that to come. Sometimes take the first step or start giving them targets that, listen, we expect you by in 6 months 30% into paper. In 12 months, 50% into paper. By 2 years, you should be 100% paper. And maybe it will work.
Thank you very much. Clap for him. I am sure that James and team has paid attention to that. And I think the key takeaway so far is that we cannot do this without investment. And investment requires the buy-in of every decision maker in the room. As we finalize, we want to hear finally on the impact of all our decisions today on the Institute of Packaging. And later we are going to hear from the Association of Recyclers to represent the voice of all recyclers in the room. When we do this upstream, how does it affect their, do their impact on the downstream? And I think that's the end goal at the end of it. So quickly, please, so that we release people for lunch.
Good afternoon. Institute of Packaging. Coming from Institute of Packaging. So I'll follow the slides so that I don't talk so much because I have very limited time. There's something there. My friend, it's not working. You want to control it. Anyway, an Institute of Packaging is basically a knowledge center on packaging in this country. We are basically into building packaging skills and capability, all these things that you are talking about. We are packaging professionals, packaging users, converters, end users, and so forth. So, is your thing working or I use mine? Okay, fine. So, why is it not going? You're taking my time. I point where? I point that side. Or are you pointing for me? Yeah, you control for me. Yeah, you have already taken my 1 minute. So we are also part of this conversation, Sign for Recycling, and we applaud Kenya Plastic Pact, KEPRO, for this initiative. This is one of those things that we have been discussing in our behind the scenes. So I'll just basically tell you something about who we are, packaging, to remind us the story of packaging, and briefly talk about PET landscape and HPP landscape. Next. So basically our work is to build packaging skills. we need to build packaging knowledge and skills. You know, these things you are talking about are very deep and very complex. Whereas AK may have all the technology and everything, but packaging is, as we have said, is needs collaboration. The people who put in ideas on how we end up with packaging are more than the converters. I've sat in an entry consumer company. You'll find you have the consumers you have to you have to consult, the marketing, the supply chain, and all the players, the salespeople, the machinery people. So the whole packaging system needs to be educated so that they know that they have to reset the way they do their jobs. Okay, we encourage packaging education at all levels, and now this is even taking on a more serious level as we think of these cycles, this recyclarity and all that. We need actually even to start packaging skills development even in CBC, in primary, in secondary, in universities, and all technical institutions, so that when people come out of those, because they are going to be the decision makers tomorrow, they can appreciate the importance of this tool as they go on. So we also support regulation framework on packaging like standards. We participate in the standards at KEPS. I'm currently the chairman of the plastics, safety, sustainability, health, packaging specifications development. I think some of you have talked about this, and it's a major thing to specify how a package should be, and it's a process that all the elements that go into a packaging are actually clearly and legibly specified, so that we can also build in that issue of recyclability. So we have benchmarking packaging as an institute. We benchmark packaging throughout Africa and at the global level because we are part of Next. Yeah, we do. This is our core business, IOP education and engaging actors. We have been engaging deeply the various sectors. Somebody has talked about the sugar industry. Last year we had a big sugar function, and I invited KEPRO-KPP to come there. We had all the sugar stakeholders, and that topic you are raising became very topical. So we engaged the tea, the coffee, all the various end users in matters education, so that we can build great understanding, because the decisions that go into packaging are not only the converters, but there are many players in it. Next. Yeah, we also had a big function with the government agencies just to sensitize them to appreciate what packaging is all about, so that they can make hopefully informed decisions about packaging. Because if we leave them to default, they will make whatever decisions comes up. We also have, we support PROPAC, and we have, so it is an exhibition we partner with to do in Nairobi here, just to bring technology that can support packaging and even sustainability. So next, we are aware of the packaging waste ending up in our environment. As packaging professionals, we have been with this for ages, so we are aware of this. Next. We are a part of this conversation, and that's why we are here. EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, PROs. So the packaging professionals are also aware of this. But always as we go this way, we must understand what packaging was initially meant for. It was meant for protection, and it still does preservation, information, attractiveness, presentation, brand. These are things that packaging was supposed to do. Next. Packaging has relationship with promotion, product, place, and price. So as we think about how we are going to make this recyclable, we must also bear in mind what it was meant for. Next. One of the big things, and this is the big fight we have with the brand owners, you know, packaging carries brand identity. It makes the brand be visible. It sticks in the consumer's mind. So when we go back to making everything clear, there will be a bit of a fight, with the brand owners. That's why we need them to be educated so that they can understand why maybe putting the brand in their heads, in our heads, has got some consequences. Packaging has been here. Don't make no mistake, it's not new. Even our ancestors had some bit of packaging. So we are just continuing the story. Next. Yes, packaging is nothing new. Even nature packages things. So we are not doing anything strange or anything new. You see, nature gives us that orange properly packaged and very safe and proper. So we are going back to the basics. So packaging drivers, whether they are structural or graphic, they are normally done in the name of the consumer, okay? So you, the consumer, me, the consumer, we have a big deal in this thing. Because every time I sit down with to make a package, it is said, this is what the consumer, so you are part of the game. Is that true, Mr. K? Everything is done in the name of the consumer. It is not, you know, a lot of times we think that Mr. K is the one responsible for all this plastic mess around, or King Plastics, or whoever. But all the packaging that I've ever done, and maybe I'll ever do, is always done in the name of the consumer. So the consumer should also understand and change expectations and all this kind of thing, so that we can do the packaging properly. Again, of course, packaging is the ambassador. You know, these are some of the issues, because the packaging is like the ambassador of the country and the company and the brand. It must stand out there in the shelf and be seen and you see how attractive the supermarkets are because of packaging. So this is one of those things that we have to deal with. Of course, we are a registered society collaborating with all the necessary stakeholders. Next. Well, of course, the 20th century has brought dramatic acceleration. Now somebody calculated this, I have to verify. He said the world now packs at least 320,000 products each second. We have to study and confirm. Just like MacArthur said, by 2050, we might have more plastics in the sea than fish. So there is, the point is that there is massive packaging going on. But I would like to confirm from all the conversations I've had in the industry, there is collective effort of the packaging community to end packaging as an environmental issue worldwide. Packaging has been with mankind since ancient times. This has caused substantial concerns. I think, Mr. Ake, you can confirm that there is collective effort of the packaging community to end packaging as an environmental issue worldwide. Most of you, I mean, go around the world, you see what is going on. You can see the kind of effort. You know, a lot of times the outside world thinks, or the society thinks, this packaging people are the enemy, they are not doing anything. But there is, when you look at the effort that is being put into it, it's quite massive, the investments. It is massive. Let's go on. So there is enough effort to do this. We are part of the African Packaging Organization. This is a continental organization that's addressing these issues. Go on. We have also started awards to be able to recognize packaging at different levels, whether they are excellent in terms of functionality, in terms of sustainability, marketability, and so forth. Next, we have AfriStar. Just go back a bit. We have AfriStar program where people enter, and the pack is benchmarks across Africa, and we give awards in different countries. Last year we gave an award here in Nairobi. I think Mr. K, once upon a time, he got one. And so this next year we shall do an award here in Nairobi. Then we shall do one in Nigeria, South Africa, and maybe Cairo. There is an AfriStar award where your pack can stand on the continent. And we are collaborating this with the African Continental Free Trade Area, so that your pack can stand on the continent, those who want to be visible around the world. Go on. We also have World Star Global Packaging Awards. These are done worldwide. I'm one of the judges at of these packs, where we recognize the packs that are top around the world. Next. We also have students. You see, one of the things is that we have to build this packaging capability and skills and awards to students so that as they come out of the institutions and become decision makers, they can be able to realize and respect these things of recyclability and so forth. So we have a student award. This is WP around the world. It is a global organization of packaging actors. Continue. Yeah, packaging, of course, is a big business. As we can see, globally, it's almost $1 trillion. So it's a big business. Go on. Yeah, we can see the Africa is still far. What is interesting is the consumption of packaging in Africa is still very low, and yet you see a lot of packaging waste in the environment. You go to some countries, the consumption is very much higher per person. In fact, in Kenya here, it's about 10 kilos per person or less. So it is, we still have a journey. That's why this is timely, because when the thing becomes massive, then it will be difficult to manage it with our infrastructure. Go on. Yeah, global according to PIRA, it is around 1.05 trillion, according to Smith PIRA in 2023, 2024. And in Kenya, the packaging industry is about 2.5 billion. It's about 2% of GDP or something around there. So education, I think we have mentioned fundamentals of packaging for all packaging value chain actors. It doesn't help for you as a converter or whatever to only to know all the skills yourself. You need, because you need the understanding of your brand owners, your users, and all this. So we carry out training in the whole process. I think one of the big problems is packaging development process. So the process is developed systematically and in a logical manner so that the initial decisions are made properly. So this is our program we carry out with the brand owners. We support SMEs who are very vulnerable in this game because they are just on the recipient end. The tea, oil, and nut industries, we have been going on and so forth. Go on. Just HCDA, we have had that. Let me talk a little bit about, go ahead. Let me talk a little bit about PAET landscape, the end users, the consumers, brand owners, converters, and so forth. Next. Of course, this is PET in the supermarkets. When you see all this, it is PET. Next, that is in the beverages. You have liquid oils, you have home care. Next, you have spreads. Now people are putting in tomato paste. We are putting in spreads. So PET is becoming very pervasive. Let's go on. Okay, you have all the big users like SafePack and all this. Some guys make their own PET in-house like Coca-Cola, I think Bitico, Kevian, and others. So these are, when we start thinking of reducing PET plastics, you know, when these PET bottles, they come from this kind of things called preforms. So when we start thinking of reducing, we have to go back to the basics. How this preform is done, the caps, the neck, and everything else, the geometry, the weight, that's where it starts. So once you get it right here, you can thin it. I think my friend here has talked of thinning. I think he worked on this properly, and then you are able to thin it. So when we come to PET, this is a critical first step. Of course, it has to be supported with the necessary machinery which can do it as thin as possible. Let's go on. And the cups is another story. It's been a lot of light weighting. Some are as low as 2 grams. Let's go on. So we talk about the design guidelines, which Mr. Dennis ably explained. I think the essence of these guidelines is that we should use monomaterials as much as possible and avoid too many additives. And that is when we make specifications, we put in all these factors so that we respect this issue of minimal and necessities. Go on. So this, you know, he has talked about this clarity. I'm glad the Kenyan industry is responding. I've been seeing a lot of bottles which are clear. And I think we are making some progress. Just go on. I think he highlighted there, the essence is monomaterials. Don't mix too much. Just work on your specifications. I think that's the main thing. Work with your specifications. Make sure they are clear with you and they are clear with the converters too. Let's go on. Of course, World Star Global Awards I've already mentioned. At World Packaging Organization, which I am a board member and I represent the country, the issue is reduce food waste, reduce packaging waste, increase packaging awareness and education. So WPO, PAC also targets unnecessary packaging and encourages phasing out of materials that are not recyclable or recoverable. So we work around this also. Focuses on development of monomaterial packaging. This will become increasingly important. Let's go on. Let's go on. Yeah, so we are on the same page. We are thinking, redesigning, reducing, recycling, and so forth. Go on. Again, in our system, our packaging network, we have also come up with some design guidelines which we can also share so that we can enrich the Kenyan. This has been canvassed around the world, and you know packaging is packaging whether you are in China or here. So we also have this, we shall still canvass and be able to enrich our experience. This covers all materials, not only plastics, but glass, paper, metal, aluminum, and any other aspect of packaging. Let's go on. We have a sustainability design special awards. Like these were the awards that we recommended in the last session. Let's go on. So I think Dennis mentioned about plastics, and it is basically agrees with what we have been going through, which means use materials that are widely used as possible, PP, PE, in the plastic space. Let's go on. Just go on. This is about aluminium. We have problems. So this is a plastic pack, a part of the plastics. What it basically says is that when you have a bottle like this, it has very many materials, and it should be as compatible as possible so that you don't have a bottle like this and you label it with the PVC or some material which will become difficult to recycle. Let's go on. So one of the challenges as we go around the world and we see in this country is low uptake of recycled content, and that may require that we do standards where we say a bottle like this should have some contents, plastic content. One of the other challenges is brand commitments. You know, the brands are very committed to their brands, to their labels. So when you want to change the story, it becomes a challenge. And we are supposed to, packaging is basically a service to marketing or to industry. Normally the industry is the one who decides. And I've told you that they do it in the name of the consumer, because they will go out and say we have done research and the consumer wants a yellow lid. I remember when we were developing Blue and Mr. K, so there was a red lid, a yellow lid, I don't know, a blue lid, a what? Then they said the consumer likes, because you get people like you in a room like this and they tell you, do you like this one? How many of you like the yellow one? you vote. Then they say, how many of you like the blue one? Then you vote. Then the marketing guy will write a report and say that these consumers like the orange lid. And therefore, K has no choice but to make the orange lid. He cannot say, look, let's make the black one or the whatever. So we need to educate the brand owners to accept that times have changed. They have to reset their thinking and expectations so that they also factor in this recyclability, this circular economy concept for the long haul. Okay, of course, the investment in the, just go on. Recently, we saw in Ghana, there is massive investment in bottle-to-bottle rPET, which was quite significant. So we need this kind of investment. So for us to achieve those targets we are talking about, as somebody said, we need investment. These guys have invested in chemical recycling, and they are going to make, and it has been costly almost $16 million. Go ahead. So 100%. So we need rPET that can be used for food. That is becoming very critical, because at the moment we can't guarantee our pet that is going to be put in contact with food. But all the same, there is other applications which are coming, like in soaps. You always see people pack Omo in a plastic container, a PET container. You see in this these detergents. So we can still start the journey of using part of the rPET in those applications. But we need also the converters in this meeting, because there are many converters of plastics which have shown up there. There are many. They are doing a good job, but they are not part of this conversation, because when we get rPET, they should be able to use that rPET to make some new products in their systems, or if there are any changes. Of course, somebody hinted to rPET chemical recycling. This is already a reality in some countries, and some products are being done. Of course, there are RPP packets which you can use recycled. Go on. And also, when we talk of redesign, when you design a bottle which is easy to grip, then you can reduce the weight significantly. Of course, there are other developments where, like, these lubricants are being converted to PET. Let's go on. So let's just go on. This we are just talking about our label. There's another development where instead of putting a label, you just, I think we mentioned a bit, you engrave it on your product so that you can reduce the level of the label that you put in. Let's go on. Let's go on. So let's look at the HDP briefly. Just go on. These are the HDPs. The loops are doing quite significantly. This is the HDP, Kings Plus. I don't know, they are doing all this, because and all this. Somebody was raising issues about this. Let's go on. Home care. Home care is becoming a big use of HDP and beauty care. So home care and beauty care, you know. Dairy sector is also becoming a big consumer of that. So the actors in the HDP chain, of course, it starts with you, with me and you. You are also a stakeholder here. See, Wale, it's not those guys, it is you, because you want it that way. So this is, as I said, this is done in our name as consumers, brand owners on the labels. Of course, the main guys who play in this space are like Blowplast. They are the biggest in this field. Achuti, General Plastics, Nairobi, and all the rest. Go on. I think Mr. Dennis ably took us through this, how we can make this acceptable. And one of the, to comply with this, so we need to make specifications that will respect these guidelines, so that we use monomaterials and we use materials not with too many additives. We shall also need this kind of symbols to identify every packaging that comes on the market. Go on. So finally, education is the key. The world cannot do without packaging, so we must educate people everywhere to respect the purpose of packaging and teach them how to incorporate this tool in the process of building an ever more sustainable society. That's what we preach. Go on. So what have I said? Education, increased awareness and education is important, because every consumer matters. Even the small babies also matter. Last week we were doing a standard for baby bottles, those nipples. Then I was feeling overwhelmingly guilty that have I represented because I was chairing something which was making standards for those bottle feeds, the teats or whatever, was part of that conversation. So after we signed off the standard, now I started asking myself, I have been making a standard for babies. The babies are not here. They can't defend themselves. So we have made a standard. So have I done justice to this standard? So we had to really think through So what we are saying is we need education in all channels, starting from CBC, primary, secondary, universities, more packaging education in industry also. So sometimes industry thinks they know all these things, but it takes more than industry alone. It takes all of us to do it. So this is a marathon, not a sprint. As it has been said in different ways, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with the others. So change is the only constant. We need to build intergenerational sustainable education building capability. It will take all of us to build these skills so that it becomes easier. When you talk about design, you don't struggle too much. You understand the end from the beginning, that we need to do this to build a sustainable society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I know we are out of time. So finally, allow me to welcome Mr. Were from the Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers. Please keep it short. Give us an aspect from the recyclers' perspective, and then from there we shall come to an end. Karibu sana, mkaribisheni.
Yes, good afternoon. I don't think I'll take much of the time because most of the things have been talked about. My name is Bernard, just like Josephina said, Bernard Were. I'm from the Recyclers Association. And I'm just so excited about the conversation that I've listened to today because some of the challenges that we are getting on the ground in terms of how do we maximize recycling, because for us as an association, our members' raw material is actually waste. And so a design that makes us recover as much material as possible is the kind of conversation that we really want to listen to. And based on what we have heard, even from ACSE, I mean, like, the design is in such a way that you think through how is it going to be easier to separate the different components, for example, that you're using to design your packaging by the recycler. And so listening or seeing the document that KPP and KEPRO has come up with, I think this is already something that gets us excited, because I know if we follow through with this kind of guidelines, we are going to be able to recover as much material as possible. Because for us, the most important thing is how do we recover, how do we collect, how do we sort and recycle, and how do we market the material that we get. And if you look at the guidelines that we have seen, it makes it possible even for us to be able to get. Because one of the things is, for example, Nema was talking about incentives for collections. If we have those incentives for collections, for example, then the materials are easily going to be collected and taken back to us. And if you look at the design, for example, that we are having, it is going to make even sorting and recycling easier. For example, if you are talking about like the bottles, ACSE was talking about, as much as possible, limiting the number of materials that you are using on a packaging. And even if, for example, we are using a couple of materials on packaging, even the thinking around how is it going to be easy to recover what is used even on the labels. If, for example, it is something that is a material, for example, if it is a sleeve, a wrapper, then that wrapper, you have to look at, is it going to be easy to recover it and recycle it, even if it is done separately? Or more importantly, if it is possible, why not, for example, think about
using a wrapper that is almost in the same family of materials, so that even that recycling of the bottling is can as well be done with the wrapper itself. The other thing that I just needed to mention is the design that goes into how do we make sure that we have as much uptake as possible of the recycled material. Here I'm thinking about, for example, we know that recycled material are not very easy to be used back. For example, if it is for a juice, for example, if it is PET for juice, it is not very easy to take it back to, for example, packaging juice or packaging a food item. So we need a conversion where, for example, whoever is producing the packaging for the non-food items can give a policy, an internal policy guideline that says that we are going to use a certain percentage of the materials that we are going to use to package our products from recycled material. That way, the uptake of the recycled material is going to be enhanced. So that, for example, if you are saying you are packaging, for example, lubricants or chemicals, then you make a design, a policy design, maybe it internal, because some of these things might not necessarily be legislated, but an internal policy design that says that a certain percentage of what we are going to use to package non-food items are going to come from recycled materials. That way, the recycled materials are going to get more market, and that means that we are going to have more uptake of the recycled material, and that creates value even for us as recyclers. So I think generally, I have, based on what we have listened to, and of course I think the time has gone, but I think those are the kind of conversations that we are looking at from the recyclers' point of view. And I believe that if we implement these guidelines with a bit of recommendations and of course a bit of the insight like the one that we have gotten from ACSE, we are definitely going to have more materials being recycled, and that is going to create for us a better circular economy than what we have right now. So I think that is what I can say, and thank you for having me.
Asante sana. And now, as we come to the very end of this workshop that has been quite intense, probably you're going to need a nap after this, all of us. But before that, a full plate of lunch. But it doesn't make sense if we move from here if we don't have the next steps, right? So for the next steps, quickly, Dennis, tell us what to expect and what kind of commitments we expect.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll still want to remain your friends after this, so I'll take the little time as possible. So because I know commitments takes time, it takes in terms of even the management discussion, moving forward. And I know at this point, unless someone has a very good commitment, but we'll also like to allow you to go back, think around it, engage with your colleagues, the company, and see how we can be able to, I think you have seen the trendsetters, and I know we can be able to work together and achieve better. Okay. So unless someone really has something, I think a lot has been said. And if you really have something that has not been said, and you really feel like you really want to say it now or forever hold your peace. But I think we have had enough, and I think we are going better people with so much information. So, okay. So in terms of even the next step as partners and also what we are doing, this was an information sharing session, and we'll have more in the coming future, especially with business in regards to laws and regulations on policies on environment. And also we'll like to invite those who are non-members of the Kenya Plastics Pact to be able to be part of us. You've seen how interesting KPP members are and how interesting things they are doing. And I know you'll be like to associate with us. So we'll also like to be part of us. And also we are going to develop design guidelines for recycling for other polymers, and we'll be able to engage with you and work the process together. And also in terms of best practices, we love to get more best practices from everyone. And also we are doing an innovation challenge, and we'll also be able to let you know what will transpire after that. So without much ado, thank you very much, and enjoy your evening. And we are good to go. Okay.
To say asanteni sana for availing yourselves today, for being very interactive throughout the session. It has been quite interesting, quite educative, and also quite action-oriented. So as we move out of this place, I hope that most of what we've discussed will be implemented. Asante sana also to the people who joined us online on Zoom and on Facebook and YouTube. We appreciate all the engagements. Feel free to reach out to KEPRO, to Kenya Plastics Pact, but also feel free to engage with each other, network, and make business. Asanteni sana. Lunch will be served at the restaurant. We have tickets. Tickets are there at the exit. Tickets, lady, you have the tickets? Sorry. You have the tickets. So let's pick the lunch tickets as we move. Lunch is served at the restaurant, and then after that we leave at our own pleasure. Akshay?
Yeah, my apologies. I wanted to say something, but then you got into inviting everyone for lunch. You know, our professor from the Institute of Packaging said that we as the consumer are the ones who are asking for certain things, right? And he said, if you ask consumers, they'll pick a color. I just wanted to share a real, true example, this true story in Kenya. There's a company called Lixil that we manufacture these pit latrines for, made out of plastic. They went and did a survey, and they picked the same color that they prefer for the toilet, that the same color they also prefer for the blue band lid, right? So if they prefer blue for the lid of their margarine, and they also prefer blue for the lid of, for the color of the toilet, let's not pay too much attention to that, right? And this is a message to the brand owners, the packaging users, like make the choice for the environment rather than, thinking that the consumer actually knows what color they really want, because a blue for the toilet and a blue for the margarine really doesn't really have any significant correlation. Yeah, so maybe let's not take it too seriously when we ask them for colors.
It's never that serious, eh? Enjoy your lunch. Asante sana.
Change, national behavior change, hearts and minds have to be one, international partners have to be brought in. That is where KPP, the Kenya Plastic Pact, can play a massive role. KPP has got the international support of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and KEPRO basically is right here on the ground, in the trenches, taking waste out of the environment. So we fit really well together.
Let's ditch our throwaway culture and create a smarter, cleaner, and a circular economy for plastic.
The reason why we must ensure that we have circularity in the economy is so that we are able to conserve the environment and also regenerate the natural resources that we require for future. Businesses cannot succeed in failing societies or environments that do not thrive.
Together, we can inspire others to do the same. Kenya has already embarked on the journey, but we need to go further.
We need to look into being more innovative in regard to how we dispose the waste coming out of our outlets, how we engage with our consumers in terms of how we are packaging for them, engaging with our manufacturers in regard to how we are packaging the goods that we are getting from the manufacturer to ensure that there is reduced use of primary resources from the environment, and ensuring that as we go forward, we are becoming more sustainable in everything that comes into our outlets and leaves our outlets.
The Kenya Plastic Pact is that particular other approach
that will engage the private sector and again show them that they are part of the conversation. We're not enemies here. We're working towards the same goals.
What I've done and encourage all the private sector is to join the Kenya Plastic Pact. We will help you to understand what you need to do with your companies, what you need to do with your products, and how you can also start new businesses.
Join us. Sign up to the Kenya Plastics Pact, and together we can unite and change the story. We can make a difference.
Basically what we're doing is recycling PET plastics. I'm talking about these ones. Yeah, you know, like we have around 7 types of plastics. So for our company, basically we deal with PET, which is polyethylene terephthalate. It's #1 polymer.
The PET plastic, it's definitely on the rise. The consumption is on the rise because of the nature of its use. It's mostly used for food and beverages. And with COVID, it's definitely been even more consumed because of the use with the sanitizer bottles and the hand wash bottles. So it's definitely had a bigger impact on the environment.
Basically what happens around is we receive a good number of deliveries from across the country. We have over 400 collection points across the country. First of all, we do the quality check. Once the truck is here, we do the quality check to see whether we have the non-PET, the metals, and other types of plastic that we don't recycle. So once we do the quality check, we sort them out color-wise. We have the blue, the clear, and other colors so that we can be able to bale the plastic color-wise.
To collect the amount that we have right now, it's taken us about 2 years to formalize the value chain, create education and awareness around the recyclability and telling people that this is not waste. You know, once it's consumed, it has another life that it can go through. Providing sustainable solutions for global problems. Eventually, we'll be going all the way to recycled polyester fiber and the textile. So the textile industry is the second largest pollutant in the world. So giving them a sustainable solution of, instead of using petroleum to produce the polyester fiber, how can we reuse something which is otherwise known as waste into something that you can wear and use for several other years.
So the biggest challenge we face is that the informal sector does not feel dignified enough. They don't feel respected enough. They feel like just because they're attributed to this business of waste, they themselves are also waste. They feel like they've been discarded from the community. I think the biggest impact we've had is to help them understand their place in this value chain. Everything that we see around us today and all these piles and mountains of plastic would not be possible without the bottom of the pyramid collector. And within our collection network and our supply chain, 92% of our collection points are youth and women owned. And that in turn gives sustainable financial security to marginalized communities.
Nimefanya hapa for almost 2 years. Na hii kazi imenisaidia sana. Juu mwanzo sikuwa na kazi. Imenisaidia kifamilia yangu, kulisha watoto na pia kusomesha.
Watu wengi wanaona hii kazi ni kama ni uchafu. Lakini kwa mwenye anaelewa, hii tu ni kazi kama ile zile zingine. So inaleta manufaa kwa watu wengine, inalisha familia, inasomesha.
good thing about the nature of the polyester is that the way the polymer is, you can recycle it multiple times. So it can be recycled into a bottle multiple times, which is very, very technical at the stage that we are in our country for now. It's very complicated because of the infrastructure that we have right now. However, the polyester, the t-shirt can then be recycled into something like a suitcase. And then when that ends its life, after like 5-10 years, it can be recycled into a carpet, which will last another 30-40 years. We've built relations with suppliers and all the stakeholders in the industry to ensure that once the factory is up and running in a couple of months, that we will have a continuous feedstock to keep the machines running.
The constant growth of Kenya's economy offers great opportunities and possibilities to rethink materials and business models and to redesign products and close the loop. Kenya is one of the leading circular economy hotspots in East and Central Africa, and this has been made possible by the constant efforts of numerous organizations. Trash Thread Textiles, T3 in Athi River, is one of those catalyzing solutions by recycling PET bottles into textile. Behind this mountain range of plastic lies a sustainable solution to what is today's Kenya's biggest challenge, plastic waste. Josephine Wawira, Sustainable Inclusive Business.
Kenya Extended Producer Responsibility Organization is an initiative bringing together players in the waste